The December 13, 2011 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order.
President Adair. Here. Miss Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Mr. Baroth. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Mr. Howland. Mr. Howland. Miss Kaylee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lightfoot. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. O'Brien. Dr. Quattro. Mr. Rocco. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. Mrs. Valerio.
Are we all set?
Yes.
At this time, please stay seated. I'd like to introduce Pastor Ted Polano, the New Life Presbyterian Church, who has been invited tonight by Legislator Joshua P. Baroth.
New Life Presbyterian Church, situated in the beautiful Upper Monroe neighborhood here in the city of Rochester. I'd like to thank President Adair and Legislator Baroth for inviting us to give this invocation. So if you'd join with me in prayer. Loving Creator, throughout history you have called people into positions of leadership. You ask them to work not for their own good, but for the benefit of the people who elect them and who look to them for honest and faithful leadership and decision making. As you call them, you bless each of them with a different set of gifts, so that when these many parts come together, they can work as one unified and beautiful whole. So please bless the legislators gathered here today. Many unique people, many distinct parts, coming together as one to serve the people of the county of Monroe. We thank you for the gifts you have given each of these folks and the opportunity for which you have called them into this leadership. As they prepare, discuss, debate, argue, plan, and decide our county's future, please bless them with your incredible insight and wisdom. Give them understanding to make good and faithful decisions. Grant them the courage to make the hard decisions necessary for the people of this county. Strengthen them to listen to the wisdom of each other and the wisdom of the ages. Help them to guide this beautiful and diverse county to a place of good health and strength. Holy and Divine One, thank you for calling these folks together this night. Thank you for their dedication and commitment to be public servants. Bless them as they do the business of Monroe County. Strengthen them to serve with honor, integrity, passion, and honesty. Amen.
Amen. Pastor, good job. On behalf of the county legislature, I'd like to present you the certificate.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Legislator Richard Beebe will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Legislator Beebe. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I ask that you please stand. Without objection, we will now take agenda items number 43 out of regular order. Agenda item number 43 is moved by Mr. Quattro, second by Mr. O'Brien. Will the clerk please read the resolution of memorial for Dr. T.F. Williams, the founder and medical director of Monroe Community Hospital?
Expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Dr. Thomas Franklin Williams, MD. Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deep sympathy at the recent passing of Dr. T. Frank Williams, a longtime friend and former medical director of Monroe Community Hospital. And whereas Dr. Williams passed away at the age of 89 on November 25, 2011, and whereas Dr. Williams pursued his education at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Columbia, and Harvard, later serving in the United States Navy during World War II. And whereas Dr. Williams spent his life learning and producing research into the field of geriatric medicine, for which he discovered a passion during a professorship at the University of Rochester while serving as the medical director of Monroe Community Hospital. And whereas Dr. Williams later served as the director of the National Institute on Aging at the National Institutes of Health, distinguished physician at the Veterans Administration, and as scientific director of the American Federation of Aging Research. And whereas Dr. Williams was an advocate for social justice and human rights while serving on the Council of Human Relations during the Civil Rights era, and later going on to be involved in the founding of the School Without Walls in the city of Rochester. And whereas Dr. Williams is survived by his wife of over 60 years, Catherine Carter Catlett Williams, his children, Marion Thomas, and his grandchildren, John, Catherine, Edward, and Mary, and his step-grandchildren, Robert and Ada. And whereas Dr. Williams will be remembered for his modesty, his quickness to give credit to others, and for his ability to promote the aspirations of others. And be it further resolved that the clerk of the legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Please remain standing. Without objection, we will take agenda item number 44 out of the regular order. Agenda item number 44 is moved by Dr. Quattro, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. Will the clerk please read the resolution and memorial for Dr. Ernest Bud Quattro, father of Dr. Dan Quattro.
Expressing regret of the Monroe County Legislature on the recent passing of Dr. Ernest E. Bud Quattro. Be it resolved that the Monroe County Legislature hereby expresses its deep sympathy at the recent passing of Dr. Ernest E. Bud Quattro, father of Majority Leader E. Daniel Quattro. And whereas Bud Quattro passed away on November 22, 2011, and whereas Bud has been a friend of the Monroe County Legislature, being present for most meetings since 2004, even to the point of being given a jacket with the logo of the Monroe County Legislature by former Legislature President Wayne Zyra. And he will be greatly missed in these legislative chambers. And whereas Bud was a pioneer in the field of chiropractic care, pushing for New York State licensing for chiropractic practitioners in 1963, which validated the field of chiropractic medicine, allowing these medical professionals the legal ability to practice medicine without threat of prosecution. And whereas Bud was a regular around town where he could frequently be heard discussing his love of conservative politics, along with the other topics of the day. And whereas Bud is survived by his wife, Hilda, his children, E. Daniel and Maria, and his grandchildren, Abby, Lydia, Rachel, and Andrew. And whereas Dr. Quattro will be remembered for his kind and compassionate care for his patients, regardless of their ability to pay, and for his deep love for God and his family. And be it further resolved that the clerk of the legislature is hereby requested to forward a copy of this resolution to the bereaved family. This resolution was adopted with each legislator rising in his or her place for a moment of silence.
Dr. Quattro, how about that? You received a copy of the Journal of Day 12, November 15th, 2011. Without exception, the journal stands approved as submitted. At this time, it's my great pleasure to introduce to everyone here Mark Quinn from our, I'm sorry, that's right. He will be introducing to us the plan of the month. Mark, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening. The plan of the month, right to my left here, is holly. There's over 300 species of holly. You'll notice a distinct difference between the ones in front of you here. We think of them as the one right next to me with the red berries. Very common as a Christmas decoration. People make wreaths of them, out of them this time of year. But it's a very wide variety. It's a very wide variety of plant groups. They grow in trees, shrubs like the ones we have here, as well as vines. American holly is actually a tree that can get to like 80 feet tall. They don't grow particularly well around here. We actually have one in Highland Park that's about 30 feet. They're a very nice plant for foundation plantings. They grow relatively slow, so it's a plant you don't have to do a lot of maintenance. They take a nice shearing. They do well in full sun or partial shade, even to relatively significant shade if you don't want to get the berries. They come in a number of forms and shapes and sizes, like I say, and they can either be deciduous or evergreen. All the species up here are evergreen, but we have many deciduous ones in the park as well. They use, the animals tend to use them in the winter as a food source. That's a very important food source in the late winter for birds. They're dioecious, which means you have to have a male and a female plant to get flowers, to get the berries. You'll get the flowers either way, but you need both to actually get the berries. Great plant around, and it's a beautiful plant this time of year because of the evergreen, and people are used to seeing them at holiday time. So here we have them. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. I think for the second month in a row, I guessed it correctly, did I not? Thank you. There is a hearing loop in place tonight to assist those who are hearing impaired. Anyone requiring assistance should acquire it in the clerk's office.
If you have a cellular phone, pager, or other electronic device in your possession, we ask that you silence them for the duration of our meeting, and thank you for your cooperation.
Legislators, as this is the last meeting of the 2010-2011 legislative session, the referrals will be available to you and the public after our organizational meeting on January 3rd, 2012. This evening, we have several proclamations scheduled. Madam Clerk.
Would Dr. Andrew Doniger please come forward? Also, County Executive Maggie Brooks and President Jeffrey R. Adair. Whereas promoting and protecting the health of Monroe County residents is the primary responsibility of Dr. Andrew S. Doniger, Monroe County Director of Public Health. Dr. Doniger has monitored the health status of our community to identify emerging health problems and has diagnosed and investigated health problems and hazards in our community for more than 2 decades. Whereas Dr. Doniger regularly informs and empowers Monroe County residents to take action to improve their health and has frequently mobilized community partnerships to identify and solve health problems. He has also advocated for policies that have resulted in an improved public health, which have served as a model for other communities, and enforced public health laws and regulations that protect health and ensure safety. And whereas Dr. Doniger has assured that Monroe County residents are served by a competent public health workforce and has continuously evaluated the effectiveness, accessibility, and quality of public health services. And whereas this year he was awarded the prestigious 2011 Milton and Ruth Romer Prize for creative local public health work by the American Public Health Association. This national award is presented to a single local health officer of a county, city, or other unit of local government in recognition of outstanding creative and innovative public health work, and where priority is given to a health officer whose work can be replicated by other health officers, has overcome opposition, and has mobilized popular support for his or her work. Now therefore we, Maggie Brooks, County Executive, and Jeffrey R. Adair, President, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize Dr. Andrew S. Doniger on being awarded the 2011 Milton and Ruth Romer Prize for Creative Local Public Health Work. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I was a little worried that I was going to be the third memorial talk, but it turned out that I'm still here. I suppose I should talk a little bit about what it means to be creative and innovative. You know, we haven't invented a cure for cancer. We haven't invented a new vaccine. But we've done a lot of new things in our health department, things that haven't been done in other places around the state and around the country. But really, my feeling is that being innovative and creative in public health frequently means getting a lot of people to agree on the priorities or issues that we should pay attention to and get everybody to pull their weight and work on them very hard. That takes a tremendous amount of work, and it isn't easy. There are many conflicting priorities and many things that sort of make us want to change course frequently. There's always a new story in the newspaper every day about a new public health problem. But I think you all share in that same challenge to be creative, to take an idea and try to get support across the community and in this body. And I think then you will understand what I mean a little bit about how this, my definition at least, of being creative as a public servant. Should also mention that we have a tremendous group of workers that work with us in the health department, our professional management group, and also the rest of the workforce, and I should salute them. So thank you very much for this honor tonight.
Would Sheriff Patrick O'Flynn and the Monroe County Court Security Bureau representatives please come forward? Also, County Executive Maggie Brooks and President Jeffrey R. Adair. Whereas the duties of the Court Security Bureau include providing a safe and secure environment at the Hall of Justice and court-occupied areas of the Monroe County Public Safety Building, Appellate Courthouse, and Civic Center complex. And whereas these duties also include physical protection of judges, court personnel, attorneys, witnesses, jurors, and citizens who have business within the court complex. Court security deputies are also responsible for judicial activities outside the Civic Center complex, such as transportation of juries, hospital arraignments and hearings, and escorts to crime scenes. And whereas in order to receive accreditation from the New York State Sheriff's Association, NYSSA, the Court Security Bureau must meet specific requirements regarding the administration, operation, training, and staffing levels determined by the NYSSA. And whereas after a 2-day on-site review was conducted by 3 NYSSA assessors in September, it was determined that the Court Security Bureau was in compliance with all 39 accreditation standards. In recognition of their dedication and skill, they have been awarded a certificate of accreditation. Now therefore we, Maggie Brooks, County Executive, and Jeffrey R. Adair, President, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize Monroe County Court Security Bureau for their worthy achievement of all NYSSA accreditations. Congratulations.
Hi, folks. I'm Peter Keogh. I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Sheriff's Association. It's my great pleasure to be here tonight to, on behalf of all the sheriffs of New York, to recognize and congratulate Sheriff Patrick O'Flynn and the Monroe County Sheriff's Office for a very significant achievement, accreditation of the Sheriff's Court Security Division. Monroe County is one of only 7 counties in the entire state to have achieved accreditation of its court security program, so this is no easy accomplishment. Nor has Sheriff O'Flynn limited his pursuit of excellence to the sphere of court security. His office also holds accreditation of the Civil Division, the Jail Division, and the County City PSAP from the New York State Sheriff's Association, as well as accreditation of the Law Enforcement Division from the New York State Law Enforcement Accreditation Council. And the Sheriff also holds national level accreditations from the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. These are very significant achievements, unmatched by any other county in the state. So I'm here to remind you of something that I'm sure you already know, and that is that you have an outstanding sheriff and an outstanding sheriff's office here in Monroe County that are both well respected throughout the state and across the nation. I congratulate all of those who do such good work for the citizens of Monroe County, including Sheriff O'Flynn and Under Sheriff Sanborn, and all of those who work in the sheriff's office. Tonight, we particularly recognize the professionalism and dedication of Lieutenant Don Wilkins, Steve Capon, and Ken Willis, and all the men and women who work in court security, which is, as was indicated, an area of heightened concern these days, not only on the part of our judges, but also on the part of all those who work in our courthouses and those of you who have to come here to the courts to do business. And one might reasonably ask, why do we bother with accreditation? Well, it's not just for bragging rights, although Monroe County it certainly deserves to brag about their accomplishments in this area. It has many positive effects. It improves operations and performance of the agency. It improves morale in the agency. Employees know that measured by some objective standard, they are doing an excellent job and that someone actually recognizes them for that. It reduces the incidence of lawsuits and liability. Most importantly, I think it increases the public's confidence in their public institutions, and that is why the Sheriff's Association spends so much of its time and resources on these accreditation programs. Court security accreditation is not something that is available just for the asking. To earn accreditation requires that a sheriff's office meets a very stringent set of standards developed by experts in the field of court security. These standards have 39 major components and over 100 individual requirements, which address every important aspect of court security. To gain accreditation, the Sheriff's Office must submit itself to scrutiny by an outside board of assessors, which reviews the agency's operations in detail to ascertain whether or not the Sheriff's Office meets these demanding standards. I would like to mention that Deputy Steve Brown did an outstanding job of managing this difficult accreditation task, and I want to recognize him for that. I'm happy to report that the Board of Assessors, which reviewed the operations of the Monroe County Sheriff's Security Division for accreditation, has found that it meets or exceeds every one of the standards. So congratulations are in order for Sheriff Patrick O'Flynn and the men and women of the Monroe County Sheriff's Court Security Division and all the men and women of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office for this accomplishment. I want to say also that congratulations are in order for the Monroe County Legislature, for without your financial support and your moral support, this achievement and the outstanding service provided by your Sheriff's Office to all the citizens of Monroe County in all the areas of a sheriff's responsibility would not be possible. And congratulations are also in order for the citizens of Monroe County, because without your strong support for the Sheriff's Office, its many achievements and its state and national reputation as one of the best would not be possible. At this time, I'd ask Sheriff O'Flynn to come forward to receive this plaque commemorating this achievement. Sheriff? The Court Security Division of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, having met the high professional standards established for the Sheriff's Court Security Division by the New York State Sheriff's Association, is hereby awarded this certificate of accreditation. Special recognition is given to Sheriff Patrick O'Flynn and the men and women of his office for this outstanding achievement. Congratulations, Sheriff.
Well, thank you very much. And as Peter just said, we really could not have done that without incredible support of the administration and especially this honorable body for your commitment to public safety in this community. Thank you very much.
Would Dominic DeLucia please come forward? Also President Jeffrey R. Adair and Legislator Anthony Daniele and family. Whereas Dominic DeLucia, a 17-year-old senior at Pittsford Mendon High School, has become a force to be reckoned with on and off the football field. Dominic has played for the varsity Pittsford Panthers team since his freshman year and quickly rose to be known as one of the best players in the area. Dominic's team values him as a tremendous asset, leader, and dependable teammate. And whereas Dominic was not only recognized as the 2010 Section 5 Class AA Player of the Year and 2011 Monroe County League AA Player of the Year, but he was also recognized statewide, finishing the year second in net rushing yardage. Dominic's remarkable individual accomplishments are a highlight of our community, as are the entire accomplishments of the Pittsford varsity football team. Last season, the Panthers were Section 5 finalists and went 9-1 this season, making it to the Section 5 Class AA sectional championship game. And whereas Dominic's impressive activities on the football field parallel his accomplishments in school, as an A+ student, Dominic scored the highest points possible on all 5 advanced placement exams and a near-perfect score on his SAT and ACT exams. Dominic's future is sure to be filled with great success and recognition. Our community is very proud to be home to this outstanding student athlete. And whereas while Dominic's achievements speak for themselves, he was quoted as saying, "I wanted to be one of the best and really wanted to make a difference." And he has certainly lived up to this goal and become one of the most outstanding youth our community has to offer. Now, therefore, we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, and Anthony Daniele, Legislator District 10, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize and congratulate Dominic DeLucia on his remarkable accomplishments as a Pittsford student athlete. Congratulations.
Would Andy Perino please come forward? Also President Jeffrey R. Adair and Legislator Mike Rocco. Whereas Andy Perino, a 2004 Brockport High School graduate, was drafted in the 26th round of the 2007 Major League Baseball draft by the San Diego Padres. Prior to being drafted, he completed 3 years at Lemoyne College, pursuing a business management degree. He plans to return to college when he is done playing basketball. And whereas, since being drafted, Andy has played with several of the Padres minor league organizations, including the Eugene Emeralds, the Fort Wayne Tin Caps, the Lake Elsinore Storm, the San Antonio Missions, the Tucson Padres, and the San Diego Padres. During the 2011 baseball season, he lived in Tucson, Arizona, playing AAA baseball, San Antonio, Texas, playing AA baseball, and San Diego, California, playing for the Padres. When the season is over, Andy comes home to Monroe County for 2 months until spring training starts. And whereas, as a former Blue Devil, Andy's favorite memory was winning back-to-back baseball sectional titles in 2003 and 2004. Andy's dedication and love for baseball has made our entire community proud. His favorite words of advice are, no matter how hard you're working, remember, someone is out there working harder. Andy certainly follows his mantra and has become one of the hardest working role models for our community's young athletes. Now, therefore, we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, and Mike Rocco, Legislator District 2, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize and congratulate Andy Perino on being drafted into the Major League Baseball by the San Diego Padres. Congratulations.
I just want to say I could play baseball in front of 50,000 people, but when it comes to talking in front of people, I'm not very good at it. So I just want to say thank you for this honor, and a special thanks to Mr. Rockow and the rest of Monroe County for all the support I've gotten so far throughout my career. Thank you.
Would Bob Malone please come forward? Also President Jeffrey R. Adair and legislators Steve Tucciarello and Mary Valerio. Whereas each year the Greater Rochester Association of Realtors awards a local realtor the title of Realtor of the Year. This year, Bob Malone was awarded the honor. The winner of this award displays distinguished service in the promotion and advancement of the interests and many ideals of the real estate profession. Over the years, Bob has been involved in real estate activities, including serving as the chairman of the Greater Rochester Association of Realtors Board in 2000. And whereas Bob has been a realtor for the last 25 years and has become a model member of the realtor community. He is a certified residential specialist and a graduate of the Realtor Institute. From 2000 to 2005, he won the Sales Master Award, and from 2006 to 2009, he won the Sales Master Gold Award. And whereas Bob also participates in several community service organizations, including the Easter Seals, Hospice House, the Credit Union, the Realtors Charitable Foundation, and activities at his church. Bob's hard work and dedication is an example to all businessmen and women in our community. Now, therefore, we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, Steve Tucciarello, Legislator District 4, and Mary A. Valerio, Legislator District 3, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize and congratulate Bob Malone on being named the 2011 Realtor of the Year. Congratulations.
Well, I didn't prepare a speech, but certainly thank you all who were responsible for this. Thank you to the Monroe County government for making Monroe County a great place to live and a great place to work and do business, and provide an opportunity for homeowners to live and be in a safe and healthy place. Thank you.
I'm going to get this new microphone down at some point. We will now recess the legislature to hold a public hearing before Pure Waters Administration Board. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing the Scale of Charges for the Rochester Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the county of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the county of Monroe, New York.
There are no registered speakers for this hearing.
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the county of Monroe, New York.
There are no public forum speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed. I declare open the public hearing on the resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for Gates, Chili, Ogden Sewer District, a county sewer district for the county of Monroe, New York.
And there are no speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare these public hearings closed and reconvene the December 13th, 2011 meeting of the legislature. You have in your folders the approved minutes from the last cycle. There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. We will now hold a public forum. At this time, we have several people registered to address the legislature. Madam Clerk.
If you require assistance, a deputy is available to assist you in approaching the lectern. Please use the center aisle and come forward when your name is called. Each speaker will have 2 minutes in which to address the legislature, and kindly conclude your remarks when the timer sounds, and exit through the back of the chambers. Thank you for your cooperation. Our first speaker will be Paul Forcella.
Recently, I, Paul Forcella, have been ignored by my local government. After encountering very poor service from the Henrietta Public Library last July and getting no assistance from that library, I complained to the town of Henrietta, and I got no help from the town of Henrietta. I then wrote to the county executive, and as of now, I have not heard at all from the county executive. After being shunned by one of the legislators here for trying to talk to him about my library concern, I wrote to the legislator chairman about that shunning, and as of today, I have not heard from the legislator chairman at all. I wrote my first letter to the chairman almost exactly 2 months ago. The lack of caring is unprofessional and proof that there are significant service problems with the county. I want my concerns fully looked into and not swept under your rugs. You people here claim to be leaders, so start acting like leaders. You should care more about my concerns.
Our next speaker is Barb Scott.
Good evening. My name is Barb Scott, and I've been employed by Monroe County for 16 years. I'm also a parent and grandmother of 9. I currently work as a supervisor for 12 examiners and 3 senior examiners, managing a food stamp caseload of 26,000 cases approximately. We serve the many people in this county who are just over the public assistance levels and need a food supplement to help make ends meet. Most are working or disabled. I'm proud to say that I work with dedicated and amazing people who care about doing the best possible job each day. There are nights when I go home and think about my clients, my staff, and how I can do more with less every day. We are the frontline employees. I can promise you that every day that I've worked, I'm mindful and grateful for this job. My health coverage is very important to me and will continue to be as I consider retirement sometime in the future. I've been fortunate to be healthy so far, but fear what would happen if I someday have to spend thousands of dollars out of pocket to meet a minimum for health coverage. I'm sorry to say I wouldn't be able to do that. This coverage is one of the key issues in negotiating a contract with the county. That issue is very important to me. As you are all aware, we've been without a contract for over 3 years while our administrators are getting raises and have been all along. They're good people too, but what will their health plans look like? Most of all, I want the peace of mind that I deserve, knowing that I will have the coverage I need. I'm asking you tonight to remember us. 1,076 days without a contract indicates to me a true lack of respect for us as employees and as people. Legislator Esposito, I'm one of your constituents. Please help me and those I work with to get a fair and equitable contract. I'll continue to work hard for you as a county employee and ask that you do the same for me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julie Garrett.
My name is Julie Garrett. I am a single mother of a 3-year-old little girl, and I have worked at DSS for the last 4 years. I'm a member of Federation of Social Workers and very proud of it. I currently work on Team 31 in the financial care path. My team is one of 4 teams that takes care of employable temporary assistance cases. I have about 200 clients of my own on my caseload, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about my day. I start every day by first returning between 30 and 60 phone calls from my clients out of my 200 client caseload. That also includes landlords and outside agencies. Next, I work on processing mail from my clients. I receive all different kinds of mail, from landlord statements to employer statements, RG&E shutoffs, medical statements, daycare requests, eviction notices, and everything in between. Every piece of mail I receive, I have to take an action on, whether it is as easy as just a comment or to processing an overpayment for 6 months of assistance. I also process an average of 50 research a month between face-to-face research and mail-in research. Whenever I have free time at work and I am caught up, I assist my coworkers with their paperwork. It's very easy to get behind in our job. Being out sick one day can put you behind for over a week. I work very hard to give my clients the best service possible, to do the best job I can do, and to be as helpful as possible to my clients and my coworkers. I need a fair contract because my job supports myself and my daughter. I need to give her the best life that I can. I cannot do that without a fair wage for the work I do and good health care to take care of myself and my daughter. Every member of Federation of Social Workers works hard and deserves a fair contract as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Jo Cates.
Hi, my name is Anna Jo Cates. I'm a senior examiner with Monroe County DHS, as well as proud FSW member. I've been with the county for 7 years, the last 3 of which I've primarily spent representing the county at its fair hearings. Just to give you an idea of what that entails, basically I, along with many other hardworking senior examiners, have to try to secure an affirmative outcome for the agency whenever a client or an advocacy group calls an action that it does not agree with. Oftentimes this means going toe-to-toe with an attorney, having to match wits with a third-year law student, or randomly having to recall some regulatory authority by citation and number. I do this with little to no formal legal training, and it can be very, very intimidating. Now, the fair hearings only represent a small part of a much bigger whole. However, they are very important because Monroe County can bleed money in this area, especially if you don't staff that personnel with experienced, competent people. When the hearing room door closes, not only am I Monroe County's best friend, I'm Monroe County's only friend. The judges don't necessarily care for Monroe County or its politics. And sure, a fair hearing is supposed to be an impartial and a fair process, but not unlike any process delivered by a human being, it is subject to bias. That puts an added component to our jobs of having to dispel some of that bias that's lodged against the agency. It's not easy work. Time and time again, our administrators have reiterated how well we're doing with the hearings and how successful we've been at achieving an affirmation rate in the 90th percentile for the county. So now that that hearing room door isn't closed anymore, it begs the question, aren't those efforts deserving of a fair contract? I can certainly understand fiscal conservancy and today's economic climate. However, if there's a financial sacrifice to be made, shouldn't it be felt by all? Not just those of us who aren't in the management and professional class. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chad Kyler.
Good evening. Like the others who've been before me, I also work for the Department of Human Services, and I am as well a member of the Federation of Social Workers. As Julie told you, our jobs can range from managing caseloads of 200 to 250 cases, which is about 1,000 people, or working in the Fair Hearing Department, or doing investigations, or any other number of jobs. We work with homeless, people, undernourished children, victims of domestic violence, drug and alcohol dependent people, and many others. Our workload, as you've heard, is very heavy. Our call volume is tremendous, and the number of clients walking into our office every day is overwhelming. This job is almost impossible to do, but we do it anyway. And sometimes we do it off the clock without getting paid to keep up. Somehow our county has not negotiated a fair contract with us in over 1,000 days, but as we've read in the paper today, management and professionals will once again get raises that you will vote on today. Over 10% in the last 3 years. Our members have gone without raises for 3 years. The cost of living has gone up, their workload has increased, but salaries have remained stagnant. Now, on top of this, the last contract we were offered would have decimated us in health care, eating up any insignificant amount of raise that we would have received. We are not overpaid government workers. We are the front lines of this county, and we make this county work. We are also taxpayers. We are also citizens, and we ask you, each of you, to consider that as you vote on this budget tonight. Consider our members who are working for this county, for you, who do not have a contract. Mr. Colby, you're my legislator. I ask you, sir, to support us in this effort.
Our next speaker is Sister Grace Miller.
Good evening. This is Christmas, the month we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. The month we remember Jesus coming into our world, not in luxury, not in a beautiful suburban home, not enmeshed in politics that oppress the poor, not reveling in a position of power and might, not lording it over the have-nots, not arrogant and proud. The reality is that Jesus was born in poverty. Jesus chose to be born in poverty. He made a deliberate choice that he would stand in solidarity with the poor. The question we ask of you tonight is, where do you, with all your power, stand in the lives of the poor? We can answer that question. We don't see you making legislation that uplifts our poor. Instead, we see you cutting welfare benefits. We hear you blaming the budget deficit on money going to the poor and begrudging the poor for any help they get. Welfare is the first step in helping to lift our people out of poverty. But with your welfare policies, you continue to crush the poor. We see you raising millions of dollars to keep yourselves and Maggie Brooks in positions of power. And then we see your total oblivion of the needs of the poor. In fact, what we see is an incredible arrogance on the part of some of you. Some of you walk with your heads up high, walking all over the poor as if they don't exist. You're going to celebrate Christmas, the coming of Jesus into our world, into our lives, forgetting that the real Jesus who came into our world was poor, homeless, hungry, cold, hoping that someone would reach out to him, his mother Mary, and Joseph. You forget that Jesus came into this world to bring good news to the poor, to let the oppressed go free. And you forget the words in Scripture, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you who are hungry now, for you will be filled. Blessed are you who weep now, for you will laugh." And then Jesus goes on to say, "But woe to you who are rich, for you have received your consolation. Woe to you who are full now, for you will be hungry. Woe to you who are laughing now, for you will mourn and weep." And you know what? Sometimes we think that some of you legislators are laughing at our poor and showing no compassion for the ones who are really hurting in our county. Under your own noses, you know where the poor are. We don't see you with the poor. We don't see you coming into the inner city to see how things are. We don't see you coming face to face with our poor who are living in poverty and really hurting. That's where we want to see you. And if we see you there, I think you'll change your legislation.
Our next speaker is Chris Safuto.
I don't know if I can top that. Good evening, everybody. I come before you on the last month of 2011 to remind you again about the hardworking men and women of this county who deserve to have a fair contract, as you have heard. This is the end of the third year that we've been working every day, serving the community unconditionally on a fixed income. So while you are enjoying your holiday season, I want you to keep in mind that the roads will be plowed if we get any snow, the wastewater will be treated, and your loved ones will be cared for at MCH all the time. If you're flying out or into Rochester, you will find a nice, clean airport, and if there's snow on the runway, you'll be guaranteed it's plowed and cleared. We are the folks that bring you the services you all expect. With that said, I do want to point one thing out. I stand here each month talking about the hard workers in Monroe County and their dedication to the county. But the one thing I haven't said enough of is that we too are taxpayers. It was brought last month that the county works because of the taxpayers. Well, let me just tell you, we own houses and pay the taxes. We shop in the county and pay the sales tax. So although it was pointed out that Monroe County works because of the taxpayers, keep in mind that we too are taxpayers. And on behalf of CSEA and our members, we would like to wish each and every one of you a happy and safe holiday, and I look forward to working with you all in the new year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Underwood.
Members of the county legislature, this is the time that everybody has to cheer for the ones who don't have and the ones who do have. Every year at the House of Mercy, we try to give away thousands of baskets and thousands of gifts for the people who's underprivileged and the people who don't have. Me and St. Nate is one of the volunteers down here to try to help represent, you know, and we can use a lot of help this year through the grace of God. God gave his son to us for Christmas. Why can't we have a little dignity to give something back? So we here at the House of Mercy figured that we can come to y'all with our gracious hand and give y'all a gift so y'all can come down to the House of Mercy and give a gift back to an unprivileged child or some homeless person that needs a gift. You know, that needs a gift so we can understand what it is with the means of giving. So I brought gifts for each member of the county legislature on both sides so you can come down and give kids back to the unfortunate. And God bless y'all, and God thank y'all. Thank you, yes. Can I pass out the gift? Can I pass out the gift? Well, I gotta take my bag back though.
You're right, Santa, you do.
Okay, well, you.
All right, you can just leave them there.
I'll let the church take care of that.
Our next speaker is Rita Lewis.
Jesus was born poor. Jesus chose to live among the poor. My hope and prayer this Christmas is that Maggie Brooks will change the burial policy so that people who face the death of a loved one will be able to bury their loved one instead of being forced to have the loved one cremated. But that option of burial will be paid for by the county as it used to be. Prior to March of 2006, that was the policy. And so my prayer, my hope, my Christmas wish is that that policy gets changed so that the poor are buried with dignity if that is the choice of their loved ones. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Gregory.
I just want to say a few words to the legislators who are going to be leaving. Sorry to see you go, really. it's been a wonderful time to deal with those who are term limited or those who are no longer in office. It was really a pleasure. I know I can't mention any legislators' names in particular, but it was nice working with those legislators who crossed the aisle and tried to work out things together. I also want to mention something, a name I can mention. I certainly think he was acknowledged before through memoriam, and that's Legislator Quattro. He seemed like a legislator. He was here all the time. It was a real honor to actually stand right or sit right next to him. I thought he brought a lot to this chamber. As far as, I think we'll have a lot of issues next year. I think we'll address those then. These are the important things. Thanks an awful lot for the time that you've allowed me to spend with you. I think this is a very quality legislative body. It's been a real pleasure last year. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Mrs. L. Morales.
Good evening. I have known laughter, therefore I may sorrow with you more tenderly. I'd like to speak to you about the poor and the needy, the lonely. Sometime this year, Christmas will appear to some people whose child may have left this world, and they have no way to bury them. Some people will be homeless, some will be out of jobs, some foreclosure. Some child may have lost a parent. Bottom line is, we need this year to give to those instead of ourselves. As part of the gift of life, may we reach out and share our life with one that's not as fortunate as we are. Do whatever comes your way to do as well as you can. Think as little as possible about yourself and as much as possible about other people and about things that are interesting. But a good deal of thought, put a good deal of thought into happiness that you are able to give. I thank you.
This concludes the public forum.
At this time, we'll recess the December 13th, 2011 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature and convene the Pure Waters Administrative Boards for the Rochester Pure Waters District, Rondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, the Northwest Quadrant, and the Gates Chili Ogden Sewer Districts regarding referral number 11-0290 for the purpose of establishing scale of charges for each district. The clerk will please note the attendance and read the first item on the agenda.
PWAB Agenda Item 1, Referral 11-0290.
Moved by Legislator Cassetti, second by Legislator Daniele. This is lifting from the table motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
PWAB Item Number 2, Referral 11-290.
Moved by Legislator Cassetti, second by Legislator Daniele. This is to be adopted. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
PWAB Item Number 3, Referral 11-290.
Moved by Legislator Cassetti, second by Legislator Daniele. This is lifting from the table motion. All in favor? Are there any opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWAB Item Number 4, Referral 11-290.
Moved by Legislator Cassetti, second by Legislator Daniele. This is to be adopted. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWAB item number 5, referral 11-290.
Moved by legislator Cassetti, second by legislator Daniele. This is the lifting from the table motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWAB item number 6, referral 11-290.
Moved by legislator Cassetti, second by legislator Daniele. This is to be adopted. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWAB item number 7, referral 11-290.
Moved by legislator Cassetti, second by legislator Daniele. This is a lifting from the table motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Are there any opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWAB item number 8, referral 11-290.
Moved by legislator Cassetti, second by legislator Daniele. This is to be adopted. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer an amendment to the scheduled charges, specifically the capital charge. While it's being distributed, providing the introductory number PWAB 8 of 2011 be amended. Be it moved that introductory number PWAB 8 of 2011 be amended as follows. To reduce the capital charge rate for the Rochester Pure Waters District from $1.34 per $1,000 of assessed value to $1.20 per $1,000 of assessed value. And if seconded, I'll speak to the amendment.
Moved by legislator Haney, second by legislator Baroth.
Mr. President, my introduction of this amendment certainly comes as a surprise to no one. This is the, I believe, 6th consecutive time that I have introduced this amendment. It's interesting that as the years have passed, the propriety of the amendment becomes ever more obvious. When I first offered this amendment in 2006, the Rochester Pure Waters District had an unrestricted cash balance as of the prior December 31st of $6,160,000. Now, the Rochester Pure Waters District, as of last December 31st, has an unrestricted cash balance of almost $18 million, $17,896,000 to be exact. So that in those 6 years, the unrestricted cash balance of the Rochester Pure Waters District has grown by some $12 million. It has tripled during that time period. What the reduction that I'm proposing, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is a 10% reduction. It would reduce this capital charge in the City Pure Waters District by 14 cents, from $1.34 to $1.20. This reduction would cost the Rochester Pure Waters District next year approximately $1,076,143, a little over $1 million. This reduction would amount to only 6.9% of the unrestricted fund balance of the Rochester Pure Waters District as of last December 31st. The district can clearly afford the reduction, Mr. President. As I say, it would represent only a little hair under 7% of the unrestricted fund balance. It would represent only 14.8% of the profit that the Rochester district had before depreciation. so that it would still leave intact, using 2010 numbers, 85% of the profit before depreciation in the city Pure Waters district. Furthermore, it would only represent 6% of the unrestricted cash that was held by the Rochester Pure Waters District at December 31st of last year. The district clearly can afford this rate cut. Now, we've been told in the past that the reason we really shouldn't do this is because we've begun to appropriate part of this surplus unrestricted fund balance into succeeding year budgets. And indeed, we have. And indeed, we are appropriating part of the surplus into next year's City Pure Waters District budget. But the fact of the matter is that despite the fact that we've been making these appropriations since 2009, that we've been making these appropriations of accumulated surplus into the budget, the unrestricted fund balance continues to grow. The unrestricted cash continues to grow. The appropriations of the fund balance are not in any way impairing the ability of the district to cut these, to cut the capital charge. As I mentioned at the outset, Mr. President, at the end of 2005, there was only $6 million of unrestricted cash. As of last December 31st, there was almost $18 million. Similarly, the unrestricted fund balance, which was at $12.5 million at the end of 2008, last year was at $15.6 million. Now, this phenomenon of the growing fund balances in the Rochester Pure Waters District is not accidental. It's a function of the timing of the massive construction project that took place, that constructed the underground tunnels, the deep tunnels that were built under the city to control and abate the overflow into the Genesee River. And this construction occurred in the 70s and 80s. And indeed, the county borrowed, I dare say, hundreds of millions of dollars. The Rochester Pure Waters District borrowed hundreds of millions of dollars. This was a huge undertaking. It was a wonderful project. It has had a marvelous impact on the quality of water in the Genesee River and in Lake Ontario. But this is now 20 years later. The huge amounts of debt that the Rochester Pure Waters District borrowed to finance that project is rapidly being paid off. The debt service on that debt is dropping significantly. Therefore, keeping the capital charge the same, and it was raised dramatically in the 70s, and the raise in 80s, and the raises were necessitated by the tremendous increase in the debt service in the City Pure Waters District. But that debt service is now being liquidated, and the rates are where they were raised to at the maximum debt service, in the maximum debt service years, so that we simply no longer need the capital charge pegged at the level that it was set at in the maximum years of that debt service. When we just look at the sheer numbers, Mr. President, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to keep the capital charge in the City Pure Waters District at the rate it has historically been at. It's merely resulting in the accumulation year after year after year of more and more and more surplus money. As Ronald Reagan used to say, Mr. President, this isn't our money. This is to paraphrase him, the ratepayers' money, the taxpayers' money. It's time, Mr. President, and I say this with all sincerity, it's time that we recognize that the debt service has dropped appreciably in the City Pure Waters District, that the capital charge does not need to be where it is, and I would beseech my colleagues to recognize that fact and begin to lower the capital charge in the City Pure Waters District. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Legislator Haney. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Baroth?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm clearly nowhere near as eloquent as my colleague, and I will be briefer as well. But I do believe we must take the opportunity here to consider the fact that what we're really talking about is an effort to more fairly and, well, frankly, ethically distribute the responsibility that is represented by this charge. Responsibility is another way for rate, charge, or taxation. This is something that actually goes across both sides of this aisle. I believe my colleagues on both sides would feel that when we have the opportunity to not take funds that we don't necessarily need, we should take that opportunity. It's clear and simple. If we do not, the question then remains, why do we not? And to paraphrase what our county executive said in the height of the campaign back in October, that whatever documents put forth, and this is a referral to the budget itself, but in any document that's put forth, any budget or any document can be improved. And we can take these opportunities. And in fact, that's our charge. That is why we're here. So I would ask my colleagues to consider again and perhaps change their mind that perhaps this is now the time to, in fact, not take funds away from our citizens unnecessarily, and perhaps take that opportunity to cut this charge or tax while we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Baroth. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing that there's none, I'll move to a roll call vote on the amendment.
Dr. Quattro? No. Mr. O'Brien? Yes. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Antelli? No. Mr. Barker? No. Mr. Baroth? Yes. Mr. Beebe? Yes. Mr. Cassetti? No. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? No. Mrs. Draw? No. Mr. Eckel? Yes. Mr. Esposito? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Gamina? No. Mr. Haney? Yes. Mr. Hanna? No. Mr. Hyder? Yes. Mr. Howland? No. Ms. Kaylee? Yes. Mr. Lee? Yes. Mr. Lightfoot? Yes, Mr. Monero? Yes. Mr. McCann? No. Mr. Rocco? No. Mr. Tucciarello? No. Mrs. Valerio? No. Mr. Yolovich? No. President Adair?
No.
1316 amendment fails.
Okay, back to the main motion now. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Let's move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. O'Brien? No. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Antelli? Yes. Mr. Barker? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Mr. Beebe? No. Mr. Cassetti? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Eckel? No. Mr. Esposito? No. Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Gamina? Yes. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Kaylee? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Monero? No. Mr. McCann? Yes. Mr. Rocco? Yes. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
1613, item passes.
We will now recess the Gates, Charlie Ogden Sewer Districts, the Northeast Quadrant Pure Waters District, the Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, and the Rochester Pure Waters District, and adjourn the Pure Waters Administration Board. The December 13th, 2011 meeting of the Legislature will now reconvene. We will proceed now with the considerations of motions, resolutions, and notice. Will the clerk please read the next item on the agenda?
Mr. President, without objection, I would like to move items number 1 through 42, with the exception of items number 38 and 39.
Is there a second to that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moved and seconded, Legislator Quattro and Legislator O'Brien. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. We are on number 38, right, Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 38, referral 11-291, providing that resolution, intro number 359 of 2000.
Moved by Legislator Daniele, second by Legislator Yolovich. This is a motion to lift from the table. All in favor? Any opposed? The item carries.
Item number 39, referral 11-291, providing that resolution, intro number 359 of 2011.
Moved by Legislator Daniele, second by Legislator Yolovich. This is the motion to adopt.
Roll call vote, Mr.
I believe I'm going to rule in your favor, Mr. O'Brien, that there probably will be some brief discussion on this one. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Cassetti was first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to state for the record that my wife works at Monroe Community Hospital.
Thank you. Legislator Daniele was next.
Yes, Mr. President, I rise this evening to offer an amendment to the 2012 salary schedule for daily, flat, and hourly employees and add a deputy majority leader position. And I will wait for that to be distributed before I explain the motion.
Moved by Legislator Daniele and is second by Legislator Yolovich. We'll wait to do anything on it until it's distributed. I got one. Thank you.
As my colleagues look through this amendment, I'll just take a moment to highlight a few things. Upon reviewing the election results this past November and how they affect this body and its financial appropriations, I'm submitting the following amendment. This amendment contains 3 parts. The first part is a reappropriation of funds based on the number of legislators in each office. The second modifies the salary schedules, only the ranges, does not actually modify pay, for positions within the majority office and legislature clerk's office. As I said, this will not increase or decrease any particular salary or hourly rate. These proposed changes will allow for more flexibility in hiring staff. And the third section is the elimination of 1 administrative assistant in the Republican staff and 1 deputy clerk in the county legislative staff, and the addition of 1 assistant majority leader.
Still have the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, at this point, if there's any questions on this amendment, happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Yolovich did.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Legislator Haney.
Through you, Mr. President, a question. I believe we've always maintained since the beginning of the legislature an equality in the number of assistant majority and assistant minority leaders. I take it, and I believe that's a historical equality that goes back to the start of the legislature. I take it your intent is to break that equality?
Legislator Haney, is that a question to the maker of the motion?
That's a question to the maker of the motion.
Okay.
I mean, that is a precedent that's been set in the past. Certainly, the minority is welcome to propose their own amendment on that subject. I do know that the minority leader was contacted regarding certain aspects of this amendment, specifically if there was any desire to change the pay scales or positions in the minority office, and as of at this time, we did not hear of any desire to do that.
Legislator O'Brien.
Yes, I was contacted about the question of whether or not we needed to change the ranges of staff pays, and didn't feel that we needed to make adjustments with respect to our staff in terms of the range of staffs. But with respect to, we didn't address the question of whether or not additional titled positions would be discussed. And so perhaps, Mr. President, we should sever the motions and take each item one at a time, item 1 and then item 2 and then item 3, if there's a second.
Point of clarification, why would you want to separate these?
Mr. President, because there are different considerations. There may be some aspects of this that we would choose to. There are different issues, and there may be some that we would be supportive of, and there may be some that we're not. Not having had an opportunity to review at my caucus, but I think separate votes would be in order.
Okay. Legislator O'Brien, I know you made a motion to sever, correct? Yes. Okay. I needed to have a second on that sever. Second by Legislator Eckel. Is there any discussion on the severing? Now, what exactly are you, Legislator Bryan, what exactly are you severing so you can fill me in on this?
If we look at the body of the amendment,
yep,
we would take the item numbered 1 first, have some discussion with respect to any questions people have, and then vote on number 1, and
okay,
then move to number 2, similarly, and then number 3, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I might just add that there are certain situations within this amendment that are related to each other financially, so I would be voting no to severing this. I would, after we vote on this motion, welcome the other side. If you have an amendment to this amendment that you'd like to propose, this would be a good time to do it.
Okay, my position, Legislator O'Brien, my position, I was trying to clarify exactly what you were trying to sever. So at this point, we're going to vote on severing this amendment.
And Mr. President, I think that's fine, but if I might, just because this was thrown at us right now, and I didn't realize the ramifications of some of these, could we ask for just a very brief recess?
Two minutes.
We work very quickly.
You're on the clock. Go.
Okay, put that in your, that's got to go into the chairman order. So where are we, 38, 39? President of their recessed legislature. Sure, I'm just going to make copies of these. I feel like I'm going to. Okay, all right. Is it bad? I don't have my shoes on. Should I put my shoes on?
2-minute recess is now over.
Motion to sever, we're willing to proceed to a vote on the matter.
Okay. The motion to sever has now been withdrawn.
Oh,
We move back to the amendment. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I will move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Dr. Quattro.
No, we not.
It's been
that's gone.
withdrawn. Okay. Mr. O'Brien? No. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Antelli? Mr. Barker? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Mr. Beebe? No. Mr. Cassetti? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mrs. Straw? No. Mr. Eckel? No. Mr. Esposito? Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Gamina? Yes. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Miss Cayley? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Monero? No. Mr. McCann? Yes. Mr. Racco? Yes. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
16-13 amendment passes.
Okay, back to the main motion on the floor, which is our budget. Legislator Andrews, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I have just a couple of questions regarding the 2012 proposed budget. My first is to thank the administration for the answers we received today to several of the questions that we posed over the past couple of weeks. And as a follow-up request, during Ways and Means, I requested a breakdown of the legal services contracts by contract and firm. I received that today, but it's a breakdown by description of a service, I guess. So if I could just request to receive that in writing the breakdown by firm, please, through the President.
Mr. President, we'd be glad to provide that.
Thank you. The other line of questioning deals with sort of new information. Good news that we heard recently regarding an increase in the county's allocation for the facilitated enrollment grant, the child care dollars money. When we had in Human Services, when we were discussing the 2012 allocation from the state, I think the amount was approximately $665 that we were supposed to receive for next year. However, it appears now that there's going to be an allocation of $1.6 million for 2012. I have a couple of questions through you, Mr. President. Is that $1.6 million in addition to the $665,000, or is that the new total of funds that we expect to receive?
Through the President, that is in addition to the amount that appears in the budget.
Great. That's really wonderful news. Through the President, how do we expect to use that additional funding then for 2012?
Through the chair, as at this point in time, we've not received an award letter of those dollars. While we've heard of that and we've seen a state legislation regarding that, until we actually see the award letter, we will make the decision as to how that will be handled at that point in time.
Through the President, have you had any preliminary conversations at this point in terms of what you would hope to do if, in fact, the money does materialize? It was, I believe, passed through the legislature recently.
Through you, Mr. President, the money is actually awarded and managed through the Children's Institute for the Child Care Dollars program. They serve families. They actually pick up where the Monroe County stops. So it will be for families who fall between 165% and 275% of the poverty level. And we do anticipate, we will of course work with the Children's Institute to accept those cases via their regular referral system.
Thank you for that information. And through the President, I think in previous years we have been able to use some of those funds and direct them towards the lower income child care program to supplement the funding that we receive there, because if I recall correctly, during Human Services when we were discussing child care, it was stated that some 150 families are turned away monthly because we don't have the funding to provide for those services. Is there any possibility of, again, entering into conversations with the children's agenda to be able to use the funding in that way?
Through you, Mr. President, it's the Children's Institute. We could certainly talk about that, but it is the language in their contract actually is 165 to 275, and it actually was awarded for low-income employed families. So I don't know. We could certainly enter into conversations about any possibilities at all.
Thank you. And through the President, this year with the data you provided me earlier in the month for the Facilitated Enrollment Grant, we're having a monthly average of about 457 children in child care. With this funding, with an additional $1.6 million, what would be your estimate of how many additional children we would be able to provide services to?
Through you, Mr. President, we expect that there should be an additional 300 to 350 children able to be served through the additional dollars.
Thank you very much. And then at this point in time, I'm assuming because you haven't yet received the funding, there's no reason to do a budget amendment. Is that correct through the President?
Through the President, that's correct.
Great. Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing it next year. Thank you. And it's certainly very good news.
Thank you, Legislator Andrews. Legislator Lightfoot, you're up next.
President, through you, Mr. President, I just want to disclose that my wife works for the Board of Elections.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney.
Through you, Mr. President, a follow-up question is with Legislator Andrews to the information we received this afternoon. We received the tax levy cap calculation this afternoon, which indicates that we have an unused margin under the cap of about $5.5 million. But I noticed that there's no adjustment made in the calculation for pension costs that run over 2%. That is, that the rates rise by more than 2 percentage points. And I believe the rates next year are actually going up by something like 4 percentage points. And I'm wondering why why we aren't realizing any benefit from any exclusion for rising state pension costs in excess of 2 percentage points.
Through the President, as part of the information that's been provided to us by the State Controller's Office in Tax and Finance, when we entered into the deferral program for retirement, you are no longer eligible for the exclusion of retirement costs.
Oh, interesting. So if we were not entering into the deferral program, do you have any idea how much the exclusion would be that we could be claiming on this report?
Through the Chair, at this time, no. We did not calculate that number. We could get that information to you, though.
Yeah. And finally, at the bottom of the report, it shows a 2012 proposed levy of $402,747,000. Now, of that, the levy in the budget is $351,565,261. I assume the other two pieces are the county services levy and the adjustment to the levy for uncollectible taxes. Could you tell me what those two numbers are?
Through the President, the additional, you're correct with the $351.5 million on the operating tax levy. The other two items that are included in this as part of the tax cap calculation is the charges for other services with the exclusions as appropriate, which is for the re-levies, and the other component of that is the Pure Water's capital charges.
What was the first one? Through you, Mr. President, what was the first one?
Through the President, since I don't remember which was first, the 351.5 was the operating budget's tax levy. Charges for services was the other one with the exclusion of the re-levies, and the third one was Pure Water's capital charges.
So the charges for services is what we commonly call the chargeback levy?
Through the chair, that is correct. Through the President, that's correct.
Right. And what is, through the President, what is the amount of that?
Through the President, that's approximately $32.1 million.
Okay. And the Pure Water's capital levy is how much?
Through the President, approximately 19.1.
And through the President, the adjustment for the uncollectible taxes doesn't enter into this?
Through the President, that's correct.
Thank you.
Legislator O'Brien.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the fact that Monroe County has one of the highest property tax rates in the country is well documented. This infamous distinction notwithstanding, however, the amount of money we ask Monroe County property owners to pay in property taxes increases every year and has increased over $115 million in the last 10 years. We as a legislative body can begin now to reduce spending wherever we can. We have to start somewhere. By simply rolling back the management and professional salary structure to the 2011 schedule, we could recognize a decrease in spending approximating $250,000. And it's a fact, Mr. President, that Monroe County currently spends some $23 million in contract for professional services outside our in-house professional service providers. If we were to reduce reliance on outside professional service contracts across departments by just 10%, the resulting decrease in spending would be $2,352,286. Similarly, an across-the-board reduction in office supplies of 10% would result in savings of over $96,000. We have an obligation to our taxpayers to think in these terms. And cell phone use in our county has exploded. But if we can get control of non-essential cell phone use, we can realize a savings of $75,960. And we know that we spend $789,826 on Plymouth Avenue parking lots that do not provide a vital public service. If we as a legislature discontinue the appropriation for these lots, the savings can accrue to the benefit of county taxpayers. It is essential that we adopt legislative amendments to the administration proposed budget. And if we adopt the amendments I describe as more specifically detailed in the amendments that will be circulated in these chambers, the savings can cut the property tax rate for the benefit of taxpayers. I therefore move, Mr. President, that we freeze the management and professional salary schedule to the 2011 schedule, reduce professional service spending by 10%, reduce office supply spending by 10%, eliminate non-essential cell phone use by $75,960, and discontinue the appropriation for underutilized surface parking lots, and further move that we decrease the revenue in account 12-1209-400000 by $4,095,933 for the purpose of reducing the property tax rate, all is more particularly described in the written amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Second, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator O'Brien, and it's seconded by Legislator Esposito at this time. Is there any discussion at this time on the amendment? Seeing none, I will move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro. No. Mr. O'Brien. Yes. Ms. Andrews. No. Mr. Antelli. No. Mr. Barker. No. Mr. Baroth. Yes. Mr. Beebe. Yes. Mr. Cassetti. No. Mr. Colby. No. Mr. Daniele. No. Mrs. Draw. No. Mr. Eckel. Yes. Mr. Esposito. Yes. Mr. Gamble. Yes. Mr. Gamina. No. Mr. Haney. Yes. Mr. Hanna. No. Mr. Hyder. Yes. Mr. Howland. No. Miss Cayley. Yes. Mr. Lee. Yes. Mr. Lightfoot. Yes. Mr. Monero. Yes. Mr. McCann. No. Mr. Rocco. No. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. No. President Zaira. President Adair.
Can I come over there? Is that all right? Come on.
My apology, President Adair.
I don't even know what we want. No.
1316 amendment fails. Yeah, wow.
I am sure President Zaira will be flattered tonight that his name came up. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Cayley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since 2006, the City of Rochester and the County of Monroe have successfully worked in concert to reduce and prevent the alarming number of children poisoned by lead in the City of Rochester from rising. Not only did the increase of lead poisoning ebb, but the number of new cases began a remarkable downward trend to the point of maintaining a count for the past 2 years of under 300 children. Within the first 2 years alone, the number of new cases of children who tested for elevated levels of lead had dropped dramatically. 1,100 out of 14,700 city children were tested in 2008, and 700 out of 13,700, or 410 fewer children prior to the onset of the new lead law program. 410 children. This is in 208 alone. The percentage is only 2.5%. However, when dealing with sample sizes under 1 million, I would offer a visual for us to consider. An entire elementary school is under 300 students. Martin B. Anderson School number 1 on Hillside Avenue, enrollment 303, pardon me. Or the entire enrollment of Children's School number 15 on off of Monroe Avenue, 296 students, and one of the most popular schools of choice within the City of Rochester. We have listened here in these chambers to all sides, community, administration, organizations, landlords, with regards to the QHI, or Quality Housing Inspection Program, what continued funding or lack of funding would yield. Dust wipes are ineffective. The city has misused the program. Children will be at an increased risk. Violence will go up, or teach the families how to clean. There's no way of knowing if incoming refugees are already poisoned. Any or all of these could be true or proven true. However, the statistics published have shown positive results, and I would cite one from the 2008 report. Within the first 2 years, 18% of certificate of occupancy inspections failed, and in the QHI unit inspected, only 2% failed. Respectfully, I would submit that the rationale for the QHI implementation, though well-intentioned, was flawed. To mitigate movement of families through quality or healthy homes alone is incomplete. There are many factors in family movement throughout the City of Rochester. But what has been proven, the QHI inspections have provided safer quality homes for those receiving benefits, and a model program for the United States that has significantly improved property maintenance of pre-1978 housing within the City of Rochester, let alone healthier children In addition to any new cases of lead poisoning of city children in Monroe County, there also remains children who have already been affected by lead poisoning for decades. These children continue to need support and services as well as their families for the rest of their lives, depending on the seriousness of their case. In an effort to continue to improve and sustain the pre-1978 safe homes available to the families receiving county benefits and not, I present this amendment to restore the funding at the current level to the lead law prevention program through the City of Rochester through home inspections. Will you read it?
No, moved by Legislator Cayley and is seconded by Legislator Andrews. Let everybody get it first
Yes.
and then read. Thank you. Thank you. Legislator Cayley, if you'd like to read it. Yep.
Thank you. Providing that intro number 359 of 211 be amended, be it moved that intro number 359 of 2011 be amended as followed. Section 1, roll back the management and professional salary schedule to the levels of the 2011 schedule, resulting in appropriations on line item 501000 to a decrease by $753,000. Section 2, increase appropriations to the following commitment line items to restore funding for the lead poisoning prevention program: 58-58006, 504-800 to increase by $224,000. The balance shall go into the general fund.
We have it moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also to support the amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Those of us who are on Human Services Committee, as well as who attended the Ways and Means Committee and who have probably received a lot of information, either in phone calls or emails from the community about this program. Certainly there are pluses and minuses that have been raised, and I do understand that the original intent of this funding from the county wasn't necessarily to increase the lead inspections or to assist the city in doing lead inspections. And I understand that the county does contribute additional money through the Department of Health for that purpose. However, this money did allow the city to do additional inspections in 1 and 2 unit structures and buildings. And the community has such a long history of really pulling together around this issue to combat lead poisoning in children. And in a year where the number of children poisoned increased for the first time in almost a decade, it really truly feels like a step backward and a step in the wrong direction. And I'd hate to see the collaborative spirit that we all exhibited over the past decade fall apart here, because it really feels like we should be working together today to continue to support lead inspections, to continue to make progress, and making sure that our children are safe and not poisoned. And I would encourage my colleagues to take a serious look at this amendment, to realize that this is really in the best interest of children, to realize that we are the health department for the entire community. As it has been stated, the city doesn't have a health department, and so we work with them to provide the service. And it seems to me to be the right thing to do to restore funding, not necessarily for the QHI program, but to make a local contribution to the city so that lead inspections can continue at the same rate and we can continue to protect children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, with regards to the amendment, it's been brought to my attention, and I'll ask you through the chair to the administration, that the numbers don't match here, and I realize that the balance in the amendment is intended to go to the general fund, but there's a question about the propriety of that I'd like to ask through you to anyone in the administration who would be interested in answering.
Through the President, you're correct. The balance shall go to the general fund, which is stated in this amendment, would take this budget, the 2012 budget, out of balance at that point in time.
Per that comment, Mr. President, I believe the amendment's out of order. It could be changed to the satisfaction of the maker of the motion, I presume, but as it stands now, it's not in order.
I agree with you, Legislator Quattro, and thank you for the information from the administration. Legislator O'Brien.
I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment so that the difference does not go to the general fund, but instead we only allocate so much of the funding revenue as is necessary to fund the program. I believe the difference would be $529,000. Is that? I don't have the actual.
Gotcha.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, just I want to be clear whether we can we allocate a portion or strike that, Mr. President. I would move that we amend to increase the amount that we fund for lead inspections, which is the substance of, by $529,000, so that the total is $753,000, and therefore consistent with the revenue source that was identified.
To the administration. Actually, I do have a second to that. I'm sorry, Legislator Lightfoot has seconded it. Does the administration have a comment? I'm sorry. Is there any comment to what Legislator O'Brien proposed? Absolutely. Go ahead.
The identified funding stream was for $753,000, I believe, and the amendment would be to make the amount that we devote to lead inspections the same amount, so that the I think where it appears as $224,000 would now be $753,000.
Okay, Legislator O'Brien. So at this point, we're making an amendment to take Section 1 of your amendment, all $253,000. $753,000, sorry. And we are moving that into lead poison prevention program. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. Now I don't need the administration. Thank you. That's why you're there. Okay. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney?
On the original point of order, Mr. President, I don't know of any legal requirement that would bar us from adopting a budget which has a surplus built into it. I don't know of anything in the county charter or in state law that would prevent that. The budget certainly couldn't have a deficit built into it, but I don't know of anything that prevents us from adopting a budget that has a surplus built into it. Indeed, it might be good to try and rebuild the general fund surplus.
Point of order, Mr. President, balance is balance, whether it's pro or con.
I don't know of anything that requires that the county budget be, quote, balanced, end of quote. I don't know of any legal requirement for that.
You're wrong, Mr. Haney.
Legislator Yolovich. But anybody from the administration can give a clarification to Mr. Haney's statement?
Mr. President, I don't have the exact citation, but I know the charter does require that the budget be balanced.
I'd like some written citation from the county attorney on that.
Mr. President, we will check that. I should also note we believe you've ruled on the point of order. I'm not sure that the question is in order at this time.
That's correct. On the amendment to the amendment, we're going to do the roll call vote.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Dr. Quattro, amendment to the amendment.
753 from number 1 to 753 in the lead poisoning prevention program. There's no change in the dollars. They're just shifting dollars from number 1, management professional, to the lead paint poisoning. Am I correct at that? That is what is on there. It's the amendment to the amendment. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Legislator Gamina.
After we vote on this amendment to the amendment, do we then vote on the amendment? Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Mr. Baroth. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Echo. Mr. Esposito. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Mr. Howland. Ms. Cayley. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lightfoot. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. Rocco. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
No.
1316, amendment to the amendment fails.
And back to the original amendment. Yes. I'm going to state that right now to you, okay? Yes. That is what I'm going to state to you, that because we ruled it out of order and it is not correct, we will not be voting on it.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Lightfoot, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Happy holidays, everybody. Through you, Mr. President, I stand, as of last year, our Cut the Violence program we've been doing for over 6 years. We've reached out to closely almost 1,000 families. We really want to give our hats off to the Department of Health and the job that they're doing over there. It's truly amazing. But with that, we have some very challenging numbers that came out last year, especially with our youth concerning STD and HIV. And those numbers were very astonishing, and we really tried to work hard and partner with the barbershops, the beauticians, as well as AIDS care. And we begin to do testing at our barbershops now when we do the Cut the Violence events, and we're testing teens. And we're really working hard to especially educate African American and Latino community about this taboo thing that is called HIV, AIDS, and STDs. So with that, I rise, Mr. President, to offer to this honorable body an amendment which is being passed out, and I'll continue to speak to the amendment. But as a part, just for 1 year of working with AIDS Care, partnering with them in the Cut the Violence initiative, which I'm extremely proud of because the attendance is extremely well, and I want to also take time to thank all of the people over there at the Monroe County Youth Bureau who help us out so much, and they're always in attendance to our Cut the Violence events. They always drop off information, and the youth always participate. But when we started talking about this STD issue, it's a tremendous issue, and I think anything that we can do to help our teens and to educate our community, I think is warranted. So through you, Mr. President, I'm going to ask for this amendment, providing that intro number 359 of 2011 be amended. Be it moved that intro number 359 of 2011 be amended as follows. Section 1, appropriations for the commitment line, item 505100, office supplies to be reduced by $50,000. Section 2, appropriations in the following account to increase for the purpose of providing additional funding to support the STD HIV control program by the funding a contract with the Metro Council on Teen Potential, MCTP, 585802, 504800, increased by $50,000. So not only, and this could sound funny, but it's a reality, could we save a tree, but we can also save a life.
I need a second. It's Moved by legislator Lightfoot and is second by legislator Cayley. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to speak in favor of this amendment. This is an issue that we've talked about for the past year, again in the Human Services Committee. It seems that at the end of last year we did hear some troubling news regarding the increased number of young people who were diagnosed HIV positive in our community. And as a result, there's a coalition that was formed to work on increasing public awareness to combat this so it wouldn't turn into a trend. And the coalition worked and has done good work all year. And I know the county has participated and supported the coalition in spirit and certainly with time, I imagine, of the Director of Health and perhaps other staff as well. But I just find it shocking that the county doesn't make a financial contribution to this. Because again, this is a public health issue. It's a public health issue affecting young people in our community, affecting people really of all ages in our community. And I think it's just sort of a travesty to turn a blind eye to this and not make a financial contribution so that we can grow our work in this area because it's just something that we need to focus in on and be on top of. So I support the amendment. I think that the funding source that's been identified is appropriate and that a contribution of $50,000 would really go a long way to work with the coalition, support its efforts in an even greater way than we currently do. And I would call on my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of my colleagues on the other side recall last year I gave an impassioned speech about this very subject. It's the right thing to do. Bottom line, it's the right thing to do. Some of you over there laughing while we're talking about saving people's lives. This is the right thing to do. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? I'll move to a roll call vote on the amendment.
Dr. Quattro.
I'm sorry, wait a minute, excuse me. I didn't see a hand up. Legislator Daniele.
Just through you, Mr. President, to the maker of the motion, what procurement process was used in order to pick the Metro Council on Teen Potential? I know that we have a process that we use. I've sat on Human Services for 4 years, and although I would agree that this is a worthy cause, but I do know we have a process for this kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. President, to colleague Daniele. This is the coalition that currently is leading this project and that we've been working with and partnering with in the past. So I think it's only appropriate that we continue to add more appropriations to an already good relationship. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration and to the question.
Okay, thank you.
And through you, Mr. President, to the administration, is this legal? I guess in simple terms, are we allowed as a legislative body to award this contract in this way? Or is there a certain bidding process that I know we've followed in many other scenarios?
Through you, Mr. President, I understand we do not have a contract with this agency, so that would not be something that we could do to appropriate the money to them.
It's my understanding then, at this point, we do not have any mechanism in which to authorize this amendment.
That's correct,
Okay.
Mr. President.
And at this time, although I admire the intent here, and it certainly is something we can look at for next year through the proper process, but I would say that this is out of order.
Okay. Yes, Legislator O'Brien.
If that is the case, and understanding the worthiness of the program, ultimately what's important now is to preserve the funding for that project. So I'd offer to amend the amendment so that it reads that instead of the service provider that is detailed in the amendment, that rather it says, or such provider as determined following the appropriate procurement process, and leave the actual provider to be determined.
Okay.
If there's a second.
Seconded by Legislator Andrews. Okay, now, just so everybody is clear at this point, I am going to rule, this original amendment, I am ruling on that, and it is not allowable on the floor, okay? So now we have an amendment on the floor that is stating that they want to give the appropriations to a group or individual or a company or somebody that will be going through the procurement process that is approved by the county. So is that what your motion, is that? Is correct. Okay. Is there any discussion on that? Legislator Baroff.
Mr. President, as a point of clarification, couldn't the one who made the motion just accept it as a friendly amendment and skip the whole amendment to the amendment process? He could just accept it as a friendly amendment, and that would be the amendment. And then you vote on the original, on that amendment.
It's not, no. At this point, we're going to continue to do it the way we're doing it tonight. Thank you. Yes, Legislator Eckel.
You've ruled the main amendment out of order, the main amendment, excuse me. So are we doing an amendment to an amendment?
You are doing an amendment to an amendment, yes.
So
You're not, I haven't ruled
out
the
of order
main
yet.
The budget is the main.
But we haven't ruled the amendment out of order yet.
I have
Because we're
said
doing an amendment to it.
I have now put in place that we will now, after discussion, move to a vote on this amendment to the amendment. As I stated before,
Yes.
what I'm doing, though, this amendment, is, as it stands, is out of order because it doesn't have the mechanisms for us to execute it. Would that be correct? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment to the amendment, Dr. Quattro. Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Mr. Baroff. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Mr. Howland. Ms. Kaylee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lightfoot. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. Rocco. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
No.
1316, amendment to the amendment fails.
And I've ruled, as I have said, I've ruled that the amendment is out of order. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the more disappointing and unacceptable portions of the proposed 2012 budget is the funding cut to runaway and homeless youth programs. While I'm glad that the bulk of the funding is still there when we provide the emergency housing, I'm happy to see that still in existence. However, these kids need more than just housing in their lives. They need counseling, tutoring, recreation programs, after-school programs, and they need the services that are proposed to be cut under the proposed budget. Oh, okay, that was you, okay. In fact, in 2010, we served 1,500 homeless youth, and that number is projected to drop almost in half, down to 871 in 2012, despite there still being a need. I know that the initial cut in this funding has come from the state in terms of reduced funding to the Youth Bureau. However, nothing stops the county from deciding that this work is important enough to make its own investment out of local dollars to supplement the state funding. As a budget is a statement of priorities, I don't think that this budget goes far enough to meet the needs of these children. And therefore, I'm going to propose an amendment, and with a second, I'll speak to it.
Second. I have a motion from Legislator Andrews, a second from Legislator Gamble, and we are distributing the amendment at this time. As soon as it's distributed, I will let you speak to it. Thank you. Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you have the amendment before you now, you'll see that this amendment proposes to restore funding by $116,000, $116,141, to the Runaway Homeless Youth Program through the Youth Bureau. The funding source here would be a reduction of office supplies by 10%, which is $96,000 approximately, and then a refunding of cell phones, of non-essential cell phones, of $19,850. And this would allow us to restore funding, again, through the Youth Bureau to programs such as the Center for Youth, Hillside, Salvation Army, CCSI, and other ones of our service providers who are going to receive cuts for 2012. I think that certainly we could take just this minor reduction of office supplies and minor reduction of non-essential cell phones to continue to support funding for this program. Or if another legislator has a different idea of a funding source, I'd be happy to entertain that, of course, as an amendment, if anyone else believes that this is the right thing to do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Andrews. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Cayley?
I would just like to ask for support of this amendment put forth by Legislator Andrews. I believe that it is the right thing to do, and I would also suggest that perhaps another source would be the network cards that we're budgeting in the current budget line. It's pretty excessive, and I think that that could be reduced by the amount needed to fund this amendment. And also, I would point out that the last two amendments that were either out of order or not complete, or the funding stream was incorrect, some of the children affected by this could be, in fact, troubled with lead poisoning or infected with HIV. This is just another way of helping them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro. No. Mr. O'Brien. Yes. Ms. Andrews. Yes. Mr. Antelli. No. Mr. Barker. No. Mr. Baroth. Yes. Mr. Beebe. Yes. Mr. Cassetti. No. Mr. Colby. No. Mr. Daniele. No. Mrs. Draw. No. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito. Yes. Mr. Gamble. Yes. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Yes. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Yes. Mr. Howland. No. Ms. Cayley. Yes. Mr. Lee. Yes. Mr. Lightfoot. Yes, Mr. Monero. Yes. Mr. McCann. No. Mr. Racco. Mr. Tucciarello. No. Mrs. Valerio. No. Mr. Yolovich. No. President Adair.
No.
13-16, amendment fails.
Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all. I'd especially like to thank the administration. I know it's been said a few times in committee meetings, but being the culmination of a year's worth of work on the budget, I know how hard that is, and of course I think it could be substantially improved, but congratulations to you on a job well done. I'd like to ask, that was sincere. All right, I'll move on. Through you, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the Budget Director if he could briefly describe for us in the legislature the year-long process that goes on from the department level creating budgets and submitting them through to the presentation of the county executive's proposed budget.
Through the President, not exactly sure where to start with this, but I will attempt. After the passage of this budget this evening, if that's what this honorable body does, we will go to work shortly thereafter on the start of the 2013 budget, and it will start with I'll call it the kickoff of the state budget being released probably sometime in January to analyze where we are both in the 2012 year and what the upcoming changes will be for 2013. We'll continue the monitoring process throughout the first quarter, and then in the probably April timeframe, start to look at what our shortfalls are as far as from a revenue standpoint go for the 2013 budget. In the late May timeframe, we will submit or issue to all departments their budgetary information to start reviewing it. That is approximately, I'll call it an 8-week process for the departments have. Some of them may disagree with that comment at this point in time. And then we will move on to individual meetings with each department to review and analyze their budget. That's an ongoing process that goes on effectively until the budget is issued. At that point in time, it's effectively turned over to the legislature for committee presentations and subsequently the budget vote.
Thank you. That's perfect. And through you, Mr. President, so departments typically issue a budget of their own to your department, did you say late spring, and then there's an ongoing negotiation or discussion with the department head through the presentation of the county executive's budget?
Through the President, no. They submit to us their budgets usually in the latter part of the summer, probably the mid to late July timeframe, and subsequently we have meetings with the departments subsequent to that, which go on through the release of the county executive's proposed budget.
And so through you, Mr. President, is it common that those department budgets would be changed in that time period you just mentioned?
Through the President, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention, if I might, to page 134 of the proposed budget, which is the beginning of the Human Resources Department budget. On that page lists a series of accomplishments for the past year. And I'd like to read the second item in its entirety. It says, and I quote, successfully trained all county employees in ethics, parenthetically, with the exception of legislators from the Democratic caucus. Through you, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the administration, particularly the Human Resources Director, if that's appropriate, when this accomplishment was submitted to be part of the county executive's proposed budget. If the Human Resources Director is not here and someone else would like to answer, that'd be fine.
Through you, Mr. President, could you repeat the question?
Certainly. Through you, Mr. President, on page 134 of the budget, which starts the Human Resources Department's accomplishments for the past year, the second bullet reads, successfully trained all county employees in ethics, parenthetically, with the exception of legislators from the Democratic caucus. I'd like to know at what point this accomplishment was submitted to be part of the county executive's budget.
Through you, Mr. President, I couldn't recall an exact date, but I would suspect sometime in late August.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So at some point in late August, the Human Resources Director was aware of the fact that Democratic legislators had not taken ethics training, yet still hadn't contacted us about how to take that training. This was subsequent to a memorializing resolution signed by everyone, letters to that office, and emails directly to his staff. I find that very troubling. This is not an accomplishment of the Human Resources Department. This is a failure. And quite frankly, it's a slap in the face. It's completely inappropriate for it to be in the budget, and I'm very disappointed in the budget director and the county executive for including it. Unfortunately, this is an issue that doesn't have much regard to the finances of the county or the budget we're passing tonight, but because it's in here, we need to address it. For the record, I still have not received written or any type of instruction for that matter on how to complete this training. As I've mentioned, we signed a memorializing resolution, we've sent multiple letters, multiple emails, we've even submitted a FOIA request that is well past due and has not been responded to. Despite the attempts or the unwillingness of the Human Resources Department to do its job by providing us with simple instructions, I've tried to take this training, given the instructions that were provided to me through the Democrat and Chronicle print media. Those instructions did not work, and I was prevented from taking this training. The year's not over. I still would like to take this. This is a very simple thing. I encourage the Human Resources Department to provide every legislator of this body with the information on how to do so. It's inappropriate and inaccurate to classify it as an accomplishment in this budget where it has no place. Since the administration has not determined that that's an appropriate course of action, I'm asking you, my fellow legislators, to have respect for your office, your colleagues, this honorable body, and the legislative branch of government, so that we can be clear that despite the wording in this accomplishment, that we are not county employees, we are independent elected officials, and that we at the very least strike this parenthetical notation from the budget and hopefully resolve this issue successfully so that we can all participate in the ethics training that we want and called on to take. So with that, Mr. President.
Through you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have the floor. I'd like to continue. I'd like to make a motion to amend the budget. And that budget will be handed out this, or that amendment will be handed out this time, to provide that introduction number 359 of 2011 be amended. Be it moved that intro number 359 of 2011 be amended as follows. Section 1 on page 134 of the proposed budget in the Human Resources section entitled 2011 Major Accomplishments, to delete the following from the second bullet point, the parenthetical notation, with the exception of legislators from the Democratic caucus. And with that, I'd ask for a second.
Second, Mr. President.
Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator Esposito, second by Legislator O'Brien, and I believe that I am going to ask the county administration at this time if they would like to offer some words on this subject.
Thank you. Through the President. The legislator in his address said many factually incorrect statements, and so I thought that that was important for the legislature to know before a motion is considered. Our office never received a single communication from a single legislator requesting the ability to take the course, and until after our last legislature meeting. We gave instructions to the staff contact person that was designated to us in writing, and we gave those instructions on how to take the course on March 31st. So between March 31st and the last legislature meeting, the failure to act was not on the part of the Human Resources Department. And so, therefore, we don't feel that we did anything inappropriate.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Monroe.
I've never been contacted one time, Mr. President. Not a single time have I been directly contacted to take this training. Not only that, but, and I quote the majority leader, he said, the stuff that happens out there does not affect what happens in here. We're codifying in law a ridiculous lapse in function of government. Are there any county employees who weren't directly addressed to take this training? And if they didn't, were they not reminded by someone in HR that they needed to take the training? I believe it sounds like the folks in the Democratic caucus are the only ones who are the exception to that.
Thank you. Legislator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, our staff director is out on maternity leave. I'm pleased to report that she had a beautiful baby boy. But I've gone over this particular issue, and what is clearly factually accurate is that the email addresses of everybody in the legislative caucus and the Democratic side were solicited and requested by the Department of Human Resources, and those were all provided. And the inference that we took away with was that we would then, those emails were going to be used for a purpose, and that purpose was so that we would be contacted and invited to attend to take the ethics training. In the very best light, this was clearly a miscommunication effort with no attempt on HR to correct the miscommunication gaps, and to put it in the budget document is a complete slap in the face of everybody in my caucus. We're offended, and it needs to be deleted.
Thank you. Legislator Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since you afforded the administration an opportunity to correct inaccuracies, I'll do the same. Neither one of the statements that the Human Resources Director just said were correct. I don't know why he doesn't understand that a memorializing resolution signed by all 29 legislators is correspondence to his office that we want to take the training. That could not be more clear. It's a formalized directive from this body. Secondly, If your office provided written instructions on March 31st to our office, I've asked now 3 times in person on this floor for you to provide that to me, and have yet to see that happen. So I believe that Mr. O'Brien is being generous when he says this is a miscommunication. I think we all know differently. I think this is very simple. All I'm asking for you tonight is to remove this parenthetical notation, and I would be willing to continue to work with the administration so that I can take this training, so that we can all start to handle and act a little more ethically in this government, which was the goal and the intent back in the spring when we all agreed to do this together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Cayley?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to add, being present at one of the last meetings where this was discussed and whether or not we were contacted directly, I will say that the response from the administration was that once the emails were delivered to the administration, that it was assumed that we knew what was going on. The word assumed was uttered, and that was not correct, to assume when dealing with communications.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. President.
State your point of order.
Point of order is, I believe, the proceeding is that someone from the administration table only responds to questions from the legislators and doesn't pretend to volunteer information.
Thank you. Point well taken. At this time, I'll move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro.
No. Hold on 1 second, Mr. President. Can I request a 2-minute recess, please?
I'm in the middle of a vote, but since this is an issue at this point, yes, I will request a two-minute recess. Thank you. 2 minutes. the meeting. Folks, you need to take your seat.
My vote, I would just like to say that I was never contacted by Human Resources either. I was contacted by my staff member who was diligent in making sure that I completed the ethics training appropriately. So I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Because I'm going to move to a roll call vote right now.
To call this out of order on the grounds, and if I remember correctly, we've been through this before, you cannot change the verbiage of an accomplishment. And although I do see the point that Legislator Esposito is making, and surely you'll have an opportunity by the end of the year to take the test, my understanding is there was correspondence that I've seen, which we can discuss that later, but precedence has been set that we cannot change these accomplishments, we cannot change the goals, the written part of the budget. And I know we went through this before, so I ask you to rule this out of order.
Yes.
Of course we can. It's ridiculous.
I'm going to ask for legal counsel on this, if this is actually something that can be ruled out of order. Pat, anybody?
I'm looking at Charter Section 4-4, which describes amendments and discussion of the budget, and I see absolutely nothing here that allows an amendment going to explanatory sections of the budget or dicta, whatever you might call it. I just don't see where that's allowed in the charter. It is not allowed.
Folks, I got two guys standing up right now, and that's not protocol. So we're gonna both sit down and reset the clock. One of you is going to raise your hand. I'm going to acknowledge that person, and then you can talk. But we've got to keep the decorum in this floor. Okay? Capiche? Legislator O'Brien.
Correct, Mr. President.
Thank you.
No, if there's nothing that doesn't prevent us from taking legislative action in the charter, then we can. If there was something that said you can't change the verbiage of it doesn't even, there's no detail, and I'm thoroughly knowledgeable of the charter and Robert's rules and everything else that applies to our rules. It's just not there. We can, in fact, change the verbiage of a budget document. That's part of our responsibility, is the review of the budget document, as mandated by the charter.
Thank you. Legislator Echo, you raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, as we've seen, it's stated in Robert's rules that there's nothing that says we can change the verbiage. Does it state in Robert's rules that we can change the dollar amounts?
Legislator Echo, if you're
I'm asking questions, sir, to this.
But you got to ask it through the president.
Through
That's
the president.
protocol. Okay?
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you.
Through the president. Yes, sir. It's through the president. It's been asked.
Charter provisions override anything in Robert's rules, and I'm a strict constructionist. If it's not in here, Section 4.4A tells us what we can do in our discussion, in our amending of the budget. If it's not there, it's my opinion, we can't do it.
Thank you. Through the president, does it say anywhere that we cannot change the verbiage?
I haven't seen anything that says we cannot. I'm saying that I'm a strict constructionist, looking at Section 4.4A of the Charter, tells us what we can do. What we're suggesting here in this amendment is not listed, therefore it cannot be done under the terms of the Charter.
Thank you very much. Through the president, since I don't have my own copy of Robert's rules right here, could you please read the section?
It's the charter.
Or, excuse me, I don't have a copy of the charter with me. Could you please read the section through the president?
Through the president, it's rather lengthy. If you want to take a look, you're welcome to it. It's about 40 lines.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Could you tell me what page it would be on?
It's this one.
That's not
That
the
book, not this,
Okay.
that book. May I see it quickly, Mr. President? I'd like to see it, Mr. President. I don't have that book in front of me, and I'd like to.
And folks, excuse me. Excuse me. I got the floor. Let's make something clear here, okay? Before we keep going on. He has the charter. He's a parliamentarian up there, okay? All right. For us to stand here now, we're going to take the book down there so that you can read it at your leisure. I believe that's a responsibility of you, and you should have a responsibility, someone on your side, to have that book over there right now to be reviewing it. All right, so I don't believe that at this point the parliamentarian here has to go take the book down there to read it to you. And it is exactly as he said it, okay?
Sir? Excuse me, sir.
Sir, I am, legislator.
Are you dressing me down?
Legislator.
For
please,
asking a
please,
question
Legislator
so I
Eckel.
could
No, I am not.
understand
Legislator.
better.
Legislator Eckel, please, understand something, okay?
I'm trying.
All right. If this is something on here, our parliamentarian has ruled on it, he has read that. I'm not really sure that, by you reading it, I don't want to take the time. I am ruling on a point of order right now, and I am being very courteous at this point to allow more discussion on this. Okay? So if we're not, if we're not believing what he's telling us, and he is reading it from the book right there, Legislator Eckel, I believe that, he's correct in what he's reading. I don't have any reason to say that he
for my
wouldn't.
tendency to disagree with something I know Robert's rules as well. I may not be a studied parliamentarian, but I do know Robert's rules
Yes.
and the charter as well.
Okay.
And, sir, my question is, yes, I agree. It doesn't say we have, excuse me, you said it, just for clarifications, you said it doesn't say we can change or it doesn't say we cannot.
Through the president.
Through the chair, excuse me.
Through the president. It does not say that the legislature can amend the budget in terms of explanatory material or dicta, how you choose to describe that is, it doesn't matter. It's not provided for in the charter, therefore it cannot be done. It's not part of the amending process, the discussion and debate process in the legislature.
Thank you very much, sir. As a constructionist, I understand where your view comes from. On the opposite side of that, my view says that if it doesn't say we can't change it, why can't we change it? And that is my opinion from my interpretation of this. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your chance for letting me ask this question, and I disagree with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, I believe, first.
Mr. President, on the point of order and this so-called precedent that it's been asserted has been established someplace that we can't change any of the verbiage in the budget. Number one, I don't know where any such precedent, Mr. President, was ever established. And number two, as someone who's been observing proceedings here for a long time, there's an interesting history here. If one went back 30, 35 years ago, it was pretty clearly understood that the only thing the legislature was enacting in the budget was the detailed pages of appropriations and revenue estimates that are in the back of the book. That began to be expanded dramatically over the years when, for example, instead of bringing fee schedules to the legislature as separate parliamentary actions, as at one time was always done, it was determined that by listing the fee schedules in the verbal part of the budget, in the front of the book, and having the legislature, quote, enact the budget, end of quote, that the legislature was in fact enacting everything that was in the book, including the fee schedules that were in the front. So that expanded the scope of passing the budget, quote, end of quote, to be an all-encompassing review of the book from cover to cover. Then there was an interesting episode, and I would guess this was about 7 or 8 years ago, where it was decided to put the county purchasing policy, several pages of verbiage, in the front, the very front of the book. And at first, nobody paid much attention to this. It was interesting reading. Until some people pointed out that by adopting the budget, we were going to be approving a set of purchasing policies for the county, because those purchasing policies were, quote, in the book, end of quote. In particular, there were some changes proposed in those purchasing policies which caused great consternation. And the result of that incident was that the administration withdrew the, quote, proposed purchasing policies, end of quote, from the book. So I believe, I know that quite contrary to my colleague Mr. Danieli's assertion about precedent, I believe, Mr. President, that much precedent has been established that when we vote in a few minutes on the budget, we are in fact voting on every word that is in that book from cover to cover. And accordingly, if that's what we're voting on, Mr. President, we should have the right to amend everything that's in that book from cover to cover, because the precedent has been established, rightly or wrongly. The precedent was established several years ago that the budget being adopted encompassed not only the appropriation and revenue schedules in the back, but everything that was in the book from cover to cover.
Thank you, Legislator Haney. Legislator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I recognize that this, to the point of order, is not as critical as, say, restoring, preventing housing from having lead dangers and providing funding for homeless youth and so on. But the characterization that we as a legislative body don't have the power, in fact, we have the duty to review the budget and to offer our amendments. And we do it throughout the course of the year. Oftentimes there will be amendments to the budget document that we take at other legislative sessions. And sometimes there'll be a mistake in the titling or something. And we don't require that to go back to the administration and then reissue it. We do it legislatively. We make those corrections all the time. With respect to adopting the budget, it was several years ago. The distribution of hotel-motel tax was changed by a footnote to a table and attached to the budget, which we then adopted. We adopted not only the numbers, but the language that goes along with it. And it's our chartered responsibility to pass and approve and amend where we see fit the budget. And this is entirely within our purview. To say that we don't have the power which we utilize throughout the year and we utilize on budget night, to say that we don't have the power to change wording, even if it was a mistake. The legislature is empowered to do this. And I know that this is not going to change the health and safety of people in their homes in Monroe County, which we're all striving to protect. But the original inclusion in the budget was a slap in our faces, Democratic legislators who have every intention to take ethics training. And now to say that, well, we'd love to change it, but we're not empowered to, is farcical.
Is there any other discussion on the point of order? Rule on the point of order. Pardon me?
No. No.
Oh, okay. I'm going to rule on the point of order. Mr. Esposito, your points are well taken. Is that on? It's supposed to just be a button that comes on and off. Is it on?
Yes.
Thank you. I thought my voice was loud enough that you could hear it. I understand the passion. I understand the concern. I understand that this is something that, I really wish that somebody would just go down to somebody's office and say, we need to take this and we need to take this now. I'm going to rule on the point of order based on what our parliamentarian told us in the code, and I'm going to rule this amendment. I'm going to rule on the point of order that I'm going to support the point of order. Okay. I've got a appeal and a second on it. We'll move to a roll call vote on my decision. The second was Legislator Eckel. I'm sorry. You're welcome. I'm moving to a roll call vote.
Okay. Yes sustains the ruling of the president. Dr. Quattro. Yes. Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Yes. Mr. Barker. Yes. Mr. Baroth. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Yes. Mr. Colby. No. Mr. Daniele. Yes. Mrs. Draw. No. Mr. Eckel. No. Mr. Esposito. No. Mr. Gamble. No. Mr. Gamina. No. Mr. Haney. No. Mr. Hanna. No. Mr. Hyder. No. Mr. Howland. Yes. Ms. Cayley. No. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Lightfoot. No. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. Racco. No. Mr. Tucciarello. Yes. Mrs. Valerio. No. Mr. Yolovich. Yes. President Adair.
Yes.
16-15. The chair's ruling is sustained. The amendment is out of order. Oh,
it's not right.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Take your time.
Excuse me. 14-17. Can we revote, please?
We're going to take a revote, folks. Well, legislators, I'm sorry, but let's get this right, okay? Okay, thank you. We're going to take a roll call vote.
Yes sustains the ruling of the chair. Dr.
Everybody
Quattro?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien? No. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Antelli? Yes. Mr. Barker? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Mr. Beebe? No. Mr. Cassetti? Yes. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Eckel? No. Mr. Esposito? No. Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Gamina? No. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No, Mr. Monero? No. Mr. McCann? Yes. Mr. Racco? No. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
12 to 17, the ruling of the chair fails.
Okay. Back to the amendment then. Roll call vote on the amendment.
Dr. Quattro? Mr. O'Brien? Ms. Andrews? Mr. Antelli? Mr. Barker? Mr. Baroth? Mr. Beebe? Mr. Cassetti? Mr. Colby? Mr. Daniele? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Echo? Mr. Esposito? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Gamina? Mr. Haney? Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hyder? Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Monero? Mr. McCann? Mr. Rocco? Mr. Tucciarello? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair? 1910, amendment passes. Oh, boy.
Folks, I know we've been here for a little over 3 hours now, okay? But please, I'm going to caution both legislative sides and people that are out in the hallway and the people over here. We're trying to conduct business here tonight. This is a very serious thing that we're doing tonight. I respect everybody's opinions. I respect everybody's chance to speak. But if we're going to speak so that we've got mumbling and laughing and cackling and other conversations going on, it's going to take away from this body, and it's going to take away from inside here in the legislative chambers. I'm asking everybody, please have a little bit of respect for what we're trying to get accomplished here tonight, okay? Thank you. Is there any other discussion on item 39 at this time? Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start off by thanking the 6 colleagues on the other side of the aisle for supporting the amendment that Legislator Esposito made. I think that was a pleasant surprise. And I'd also like to thank the administration for all their work this year in putting together the budget and answering lots of questions throughout the budget process. It's certainly greatly appreciated, and I understand it's a tremendous amount of work to go through each year, and I do appreciate that. I would also like to acknowledge that this is, I think, is the first year that we've really managed to remove the Taxpayer Protection Act from consuming so much conversation and discussion during the budget proceedings, and actually focus more in on the spending and the revenues and the programs. That really is what I think is where we should be focused, as we talked about last year. But I think it is the first year we didn't discuss it so much because nothing was recast. There didn't appear to be any manipulations, and the Taxpayer Protection Act was, I think, implemented as at least I understood it would be when we voted on it back in 2007. So that also was a pleasant change from previous years. I do understand that it's a difficult time, certainly for the county as well as for most governments these days, to put together their budgets, and that it requires a lot of work and tough choices. I rise to explain my vote, though, however, against the budget, because I still feel this budget leaves something lacking, especially importantly looking down the road. We continue to have a perpetual structural budget gap of approximately $50 million that just reappears year after year after year, and the presented budget doesn't tackle that in any meaningful way, and instead just kicks it down the road again. But specifically to this year's budget and the cuts that we saw, this budget gap is filled in a way that really penalizes the poorest and most needy and worse off among us. which I don't think is the right thing to do. This program cuts funding that's been used for lead inspections. It cuts funding for runaway and homeless youth, continues to turn a blind eye to problems of not only teenage pregnancy, but it doesn't give a penny of money, of financial support to HIV prevention and the coalition that's been doing work. It also continues funding for child care, although I was pleased to receive the additional state, to hear about the additional state allocation. It continues funding child care for low-income families in such a manner that we are turning away essentially 150 children a month from receiving child care subsidies, which are really shown to be so useful and helpful to struggling families. And because I think those are not the right priorities, and I think that in difficult times we have to make choices and figure out how to allocate our money, and I would choose to do it differently and to support some of these programs that we've discussed this evening. And for those reasons, I'll be voting against the budget this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Andrews. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to echo my esteemed colleagues' gratitude to the Budget Bureau and the Budget Director, our Chief Financial Officer, for all the work that goes into the preparation of the budget and the careful and deliberate fashion with which they've responded to our numerous inquiries over the course of the last month. It is greatly appreciated. I also rise to explain my vote on the budget. It's no surprise to anyone I'll be voting against the budget. And I have 4 or 5 reasons, some of which were enunciated a moment ago by my colleague, as to why I'm voting against the budget. The first reason is that this budget doesn't solve any of our structural problems. There is a structural imbalance in the finances of this county, and this budget does nothing to resolve that structural imbalance. The resolving of that structural imbalance is going to require some tough decision-making that has to be made. It's going to require cooperation across the aisle. It's going to require people to make difficult decisions. I certainly, as the ranking minority member on the Ways and Means Committee, am very much prepared to participate in the kind of discussions on and off the record that have to take place to resolve the structural imbalance in the county budget. But this budget does nothing to address that structural imbalance, and once again projects a deficit over the next 2 years of $106 million. Secondly, and it's actually, you might call it Part B of Issue 1, the structural imbalance is highlighted by the fact that once again we balance the budget only by relying on one-shot revenues. Once again, we say we're going to generate $2.5 million by selling buildings that everyone acknowledges are worthless. The renovation costs of the terminal building are so great that we walked away, the county walked away from the prospect of rehabbing it as being too expensive. The old Edwards Block buildings are full of asbestos. Those 3 buildings that we believe we're going to generate $2.5 million undoubtedly have negative value If we're able to sell them for $1, we'll be lucky. Certainly no one's going to pay us $2.5 million. And then we're relying on $31 million from the sale of tax liens. And that sounds wonderful. The problem is that the year after you sell off all the tax liens, the revenue you can expect to get from penalties and interest on delinquent taxes drops like a rock. When we sold the delinquent tax penalties, the delinquent taxes the last time, the following year, the interest and penalties was down something like $4 million. There are long-term effects to these one-shot revenues. And the third one, of course, is $2.4 million from something called the Retiree Reinsurance Program that we've been told will not recur after 2012. Thirdly, there are revenues in the budget that are overstated. Once again, we proudly put in the budget that we're going to collect $1.5 million in rent off of Frontier Field. I could stand here and make jokes about that, but this is far too serious a situation to be making jokes about this dilemma. We put in the budget a $1.7 million increase in 911 surcharges, when the state legislature has refused for a year to give us permission to increase those surcharges, and we have no legal authority for doing it. Fourthly, while all this is going on, and we have these serious structural financial problems which we choose to perpetuate year to year to year, some would call it kicking the can down the road, we nibble away at the expenditures, and we make more and more cuts every year. And what troubles me is that these cuts every year are to vital services that are extremely important to the least fortunate members of the community. This year, it's lead paint testing that we choose to go after. And some of the comments made during the public hearing and at the Human Services Committee meeting by some of the landlords that, well, we might better take the money and use it for housekeeping training for the people that live in these units. And people that said, well, the problem isn't with the buildings that have lead paint in them. The problem is with lousy housekeeping by the residents. I mean, that is just nothing but insulting. And it pains me to see the list of programs over the last 4, 5, 6 years that we constantly whittle away at, all of which negatively impact the most defenseless members of the community, whether it's the slashing of the burial allowances or whether it's the cutting of the pretrial release program or the cutting of the neonatal and perinatal programs or the lead testing or the homeless youth programs. And let me point out, these aren't programs that necessarily impact my constituency. Coming from the 23rd Legislative District, which is Northeast Brighton, Browncroft, North and South Winton Villages, East Avenue, Park Avenue, that's suburbia. The economics of the area I represent, you know, probably have fewer welfare consumers than does the town of Henrietta. But the fact that these aren't my constituents is not important. The fact is they're my fellow human beings. And it pains me year after year after year while we refuse to address the basic structural problems in the budget. And again, I repeat, I stand ready to enter into discussions, etc., to try to address those basic structural issues. But while we refuse to address the basic structural issues, Mr. President, we nonetheless, year after year after year, peel away one program after another program after another program that affect the most defenseless members of the community. I cannot support that kind of a process, Mr. President, and I therefore will be voting no.
Thank you, Legislator Haney. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise to explain my vote tonight. The budget document in the final analysis is a statement about our community priorities. And I don't generally begrudge paying people in the highest managerial positions generously, but not when it's done at the expense of critical funding that hurts people in our community who have the most critical needs. We had a former city school principal come and address the Ways and Means Committee last week, and he indicated that 100% of the students with special needs in his school were lead poisoned. 100% of the students with special needs in his school were lead poisoned. That's very compelling. We have children living in housing with lead paint hazards leading to brain damage. That's a serious problem. We need to collaborate with experts to root out the most dangerous houses, and that requires funding. But we're not committing to funding in this budget to address that problem. Recent trends in HIV are also disturbing. We need to make funding for HIV control programs a priority, and this budget does not do that. We also heard compelling testimony from representatives of the Children's Agenda about the enormity of the growing numbers of homeless youth. We are, in my view, entrusted with the obligation to protect the most vulnerable members of our community, and that includes young runaways who are trying to cope with all kinds of challenges in their young lives. We need to give these young people a chance at life by restoring the cut that of funding for homeless young people. I recognize that finding funding to address needs like the ones I mentioned is difficult, and these are times when government resources are spread very thin. But when I look at what we do provide for in this budget in terms of salaries for those doing pretty well in life, it just doesn't make sense to me. I cannot support this budget.
Thank you, Legislator O'Brien. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Cayley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain a negative vote for this budget. My colleagues have basically laid out everything for you, and I'm not going to go back over it, but I would submit to the whole body that poverty is rising in Monroe County. The level of poverty that is rising in suburban areas has been published. At this point, more than 10,000 children live in families below the poverty level in the suburban areas of Monroe County. Now that's now. It will continue, and other legislators will find themselves in the position that many of the city legislators have found themselves in the past, that you will have to deal with these issues, and perhaps some of you in the future will feel that there's a better need when it becomes more of your constituents versus just the city's constituents. You're not heartless, I understand that, but I don't think that it's affected you to the level yet where you've had to make the conscious decision to pony up to the bar and add some extra funding to continue programs that are making a difference across the county, not just in the city.
Thank you, Legislator Cayley. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Daniele.
President, I rise once again this evening to propose an amendment at the request of Monroe County Sheriff Patrick O'Flynn, and look for a second. And once that gets passed around, I will speak to it.
Motion's been made for an amendment from Legislator Daniele. It's been seconded by Legislator Talley. Once we're distributed here. Legislator Daniele, the floor is yours.
As we all know, the Monroe County Sheriff is the chief law enforcement officer for the County of Monroe, and along with the District Attorney, they are both charged with keeping our community safe, keeping our streets safe, and our families safe. These two positions are equal in many, many ways, and they should be compensated fairly. This amendment proposes to make the salary of the Monroe County Sheriff equal to that of the Monroe County District Attorney. The position of Monroe County Sheriff supervises over 1,200 employees, being the largest police department in the state, manages 4 separate bureaus, has been state and federally accredited many times, and oversees a budget of $132 million. Raising the pay of any person in our government body is certainly not easy, and we all understand that. But in the business of keeping our streets safe, we cannot compromise paying the proper amount for that position. It's been 12 years since that position has seen any change in pay, and this increase that I am proposing right now amounts to less than a 1% increase per year. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in supporting this proposal to make the sheriff's salary fair and equitable.
Thank you, Legislator Daniele. Is there any discussion at this time? I have a point of order.
There's no funding source cited for the appropriation, and any amendment to the budget would require a funding source.
Is there someone that would like to explain what the funding source is on this?
Through you, Mr. President, I would ask the sheriff and the administration to answer that question, please.
Thank you.
Through the President, the funding source for this appropriation or this change in appropriation is contained in the salary line of the Sheriff's Department at this point in time, so there is no amendment to that particular, there's no amendment to the line for salaries in the Sheriff's Department.
On the point of order, Legislator Haney, you have the floor.
Then, through the President, whose salary is being cut in the sheriff's office then?
Through the President, a stock handler's position has been moved from full-time to part-time in the Sheriff's office.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Through the President,
excuse me.
Wasn't that anticipated?
Excuse me, hang on. Can you repeat that again?
Through the President, a vacant stockholder's position in the Sheriff's budget presented tonight has been reduced to part-time funding in order to provide the appropriation necessary for this particular amendment.
Thank you. Legislator Haney, you still have the floor.
Then, Mr. President, don't we have to amend the budget to change the table of organization and the positions listed accordingly as full-time and part-time?
Through the President, this amendment is effectively asking you to revise the salary schedule, and any amendment necessary to accomplish that at this point in time would follow appropriately upon that, such as reducing the table of organization in the Sheriff's Department from a full-time to a part-time position in that particular stock handler's position.
Well, then through you, Mr. President, doesn't there have to be an amendment to this to do that?
Through the chair, no.
Through the chair, when would that get done? We're going to adopt this budget probably, hopefully, in the next 10 minutes.
Through the President, that would happen upon the adoption of this amendment to the budget. It would follow in course that would be reduced in the table of organization for the Sheriff's Department.
Through you, Mr. President, I don't understand the statement, it would follow in course.
Through the President, I've just been informed that the position can be filled at less than a full-time position, so there is no required change to that particular schedule in the budget book from 4 to 3.5.
Well, Mr. President, I raise my point of order because I don't know of any way we can be increasing salaries without somehow indicating a funding source either by the reduction of some other cost or some revenue source. Certainly, if anybody on this side of the aisle proposed an amendment without a funding source, people would be leaping all over the floor, raising points of order. So I raise a point of order that this amendment is out of order.
Thank you. Is there any more questions or any more comments on the point of order? Okay. I'm going to rule on my point of order, and I'm going to reject the point of order on the case, on the statements made by the administration, and how the funding and all that is. Pardon me? Appeal your ruling, sir. You'd like to appeal it? A second? Second by Legislator Eckel. We'll move to a roll call vote.
Yes sustains the ruling of the President. Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. O'Brien? No. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Antelli? Yes. Mr. Barker? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Mr. Beebe? No. Mr. Cassetti? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Eckel? No. Mr. Esposito? No. Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Gamina? Yes. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? No. Mr. Holland? Yes. Ms. Kaylee? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Monero? No. Mr. McCann? Yes. Mr. Rocco? Yes. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
16-13. Ruling of the chair is sustained.
Back to the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Legislator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I guess what we're doing, just really, just want to get straight in my head what we're doing. What we're saying is that we look at the footnote that says the sheriff's salary, what previously was established at 90% of the same amount as the district attorney's salary, and I take it through you either to the maker of the motion or to the administration, whoever knows. Is that's indicating how from our previous budget documents the sheriff's salary had previously been determined? I guess the section 183A of the judiciary law must refer to how the district attorney's salary is. And where does the 90% now the same amount come? Is that from the budget document itself?
Through the President, that's correct.
Okay, so what we would be doing by passing this is saying that that the district attorney's salary, however that's established by the judiciary law, the sheriff's salary range would be this identical to the district attorney's office? And do we need to say that, or are we really just establishing what the salary range top end is?
Through the President, effectively, that is what we're saying, is it's the equivalent of the district attorney's salary. I would say that past history shows that we've always had a description of how this salary is calculated, and thus the need to change that language at the present time.
Okay, and I'm not sure that I'm in a position to determine the relative merits of the district attorney or the sheriff, which is why I was asking them. They're different jobs, and okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Monroe, I believe your hand was up next. Do you still want the floor? Okay, thank you. Legislator Haney.
Administration. It was my understanding that the salaries of the district attorney and the sheriff in the counties of New York State, not just Monroe, but in all the counties, were basically controlled by state law, namely that they dictated that the district attorneys would be paid the same amount of money as a Supreme Court justice, and that the sheriff would be paid the 90% in effect of a Supreme Court justice. Through you, Mr. President, has that state law been changed?
Through the President, your understanding of the state law is actually incorrect. That is not, the sheriff's salary is not tagged to this particular section of the law, nor to the district attorney's salary by state law.
Second point, Mr. President, we have a procedure in the county charter for a salary commission whose mission over the years when such a commission has been appointed has been to review the salaries of elected public officials. I don't believe any such salary commission has been named nor reported. And, for example, quite honestly, I have felt that the salary of the county executive was below where it should be, and I would support the appointment of a salary commission. But absent a salary commission, which is the process in the county charter, to receive this ad hoc at 9 o'clock on budget adoption night, I think is thoroughly inappropriate, and I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Legislator Haney. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Esposito, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could ask through you to the Sheriff, why was this not in the proposed budget that was distributed a couple months ago to this body?
Through the chair, there's been extensive discussion on it since in the last several weeks.
Through Mr. President, extensive discussion among whom?
The administration and myself and the legislature. Myself and the administration on determining the approach, what is needed to be able to do it because of the fact that it's an issue of fairness and equity when it comes to the salary schedule.
Okay, and through you, Mr. President, during those conversations, was an idea of a salary commission discussed as a possibility?
I believe that's an option. As far as the process goes, I don't think it's a mandate.
Okay, and through you, Mr. President, maybe to someone else in the administration, is that not the typical way in which we set the salaries of countywide elected officials? Or should, I should say.
Could you repeat that question, please?
Certainly. Is a salary commission the typical or ideal or mandated mechanism for setting countywide elected official salaries?
It is not mandated.
Okay. And through you, Mr. President, what is its role in just further elaborating what Mr. Haney was describing to you through the President?
It's an advisory group which can be requested by the county legislature to review, but it's not mandatory for the commission to be either formed or to be activated.
Okay. And through you, Mr. President, is there a reason why the administration or sheriff decided not to advance this to this legislator in that manner, in this legislature in that manner?
That's actually a legislative prerogative through you, Mr. President. It's not an administration prerogative.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to whomever might be best to answer, is there any other precedent in New York State to tying the salaries of these positions since district attorney? I guess the first question would be through the administration. Is the district attorney paid the exact same amount in every county in New York State?
I'm not familiar with the district attorney's salary in every county in the state. I don't believe that in the smaller counties it is the same as it is in other counties, but I don't have any information on that.
I wouldn't think so. So through you, Mr. President, is there someone over there who can answer what Section 183A of the judiciary law of the state says? Does it specify Monroe County and have a salary number associated with it?
I believe that section does tie in certain counties the salary of the district attorney to that of, used to be a county court judge. It may be a Supreme Court judge, but I believe it was county court judge. But that's what that section, but it just deals with the district attorney and not in every county, I believe, in the state of New York. Some counties have part-time district attorneys.
Okay, that makes sense. It sounds inconsistent from the answer Mr. Haney just got about whether or not district attorneys' salaries are tied to that of either Supreme Court or county court in this statute. It would be helpful to know, if someone in the administration maybe even look it up during the course of this debate, what Section 183A says. I think there is some merit, I think, which is why we're talking about this, to tying the sheriff's salary to the district attorney's salary. However, the way this is coming at us doesn't necessarily seem like it might be the most appropriate. I guess I'll continue with my questioning through you, Mr. President. Is there other precedent in New York State when you have comparable district attorneys and sheriff's offices where these salaries are tied together at the same level? Is this something that's done elsewhere?
Through you, Mr. President, I don't know that there is a precedent for that. The language in this proposed amendment is based upon the fact that this legislature had chosen 90% as not mandated, but just simply explaining how, is my understanding, that was just simply explaining how the figure was reached. It was kind of an uneven figure, if you will. And in changing that, the amendment changes it to 100% of, or equal to, so effectively 100%, because it would have not been inconsistent with the prior language that was in the schedule. So, but it's not any legally mandated either by the county or by the state that it's simply a benchmark, if you will.
Yeah, I understand what the amendment is attempting to do, and like I said, I don't necessarily disagree with it. Just trying to understand the justification for why the county has always set it here at 90%, and if other counties in the state do this, to see if this is something that makes sense. Just out of relevance or comparison's sake, what are the salaries of the 4 countywide elected offices? They all are different, I presume, clerk, county executive, district attorney, and sheriff? Do we have those? Okay, I'm asking the budget director if he wouldn't mind telling me. Thank you.
Through the President, page 803. The district attorney is 136,700. The sheriff is 123,030. the county executive is $120,000 and the county clerk is $81,000.
Thank you. Well, through you, Mr. President, did anyone in the administration find the section of state statute that describes? They're still looking for it? Okay. Well, I guess through you, Mr. President, to get to my point from the answers I've received, unless that is it right there. Well, I'll move on. I think this is a proposal worth merit. I don't know why it's coming to us like this when there's a year-long process for the sheriff to submit a budget. And seeing as how there's a more appropriate legislative remedy for handling salaries like this, I guess I would move to amend this amendment and strike out the actual salary amount that's listed and instead indicate that we'd like to institute a salary commission with a potential goal of tying together the district attorney and sheriff's salaries. And so I guess I'd move that amendment to the amendment and ask for a second. I believe that's all for now, Mr. President.
Okay,
If the administration has the answer.
Okay. So you're in this amendment, you're striking this out and you want to propose a salary commission. Is that correct?
With the goal of the language that's there now of establishing the same amount as the district attorney. Correct.
And do I have a second on that? Legislator Eckel. Is there any discussion at this time?
I guess I'd just simply like to say that I don't think this is something that we need to rush into. There's a process for handling it. There was a process with the budget proposed and review, and now we have an opportunity to do it through precedent that we have in this county for using a salary commission.
Okay. Legislator O'Brien, you raised your hand. Did you want the floor?
Thank you. I resolved my issue.
Okay, great. Is there any other discussion on this? This is on the amendment to the amendment, so we are voting on that we would put together a commission, salary commission from this legislature to hit the parameters of the rest of this amendment. Is that correct, Legislator Esposito? Okay.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for a 5-minute recess.
Okay, you got it. 5-minute recess. recess is up. Thank you, everybody.
Wait till we try to decipher. We're on the amendment to the amendment. No, I know that. We're trying to
Folks, please take your seat. I'd like to call us back in. Gentlemen, are we ready? I know, you're sitting, you're good. You got a star for tonight. Okay, I believe that we have an amendment to the amendment on the floor that was offered by Legislator Esposito at this time. And unless there is more discussion, I would like to move to a roll call vote. On the amendment to the amendment.
Dr. Quattro. Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Mr. Baroth. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Mr. Howland. Miss Kaylee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lightfoot. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. Racco. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
No.
1316, amendment to the amendment fails.
Back to the amendment. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we vote on the amendment, if I could ask through you to the administration if we could get clarification on Section 183A of the Judiciary Law of New York State.
Through you, Mr. President, that section provides actually that in a large county, over 500,000 population, the district attorney's salary is tied to that of a Supreme Court judge. In a county from 100,000 population to 500,000 population, if the county designates that they have a full-time district attorney, the salary is then tied to that of a county court judge. And in other counties, obviously, it's whatever the legislature sets it at.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate you guys running that down. I'm disappointed we're not going about this in, I think, a more thorough, deliberative, and public way. Like I said, I don't think this is necessarily a bad idea to tie together the DA and sheriff, being such important law enforcement positions in our county. However, I don't think this is the way to do it, and I'm also a little troubled now that we have clarification that this salary would, in essence, be tied to that of state Supreme Court justices by virtue of tying it to the DA's salary. It doesn't go unnoticed that there's been a commission recently to announce that Supreme Court justices' salaries in New York State are going to go up dramatically. I'm sure that's not the primary motivation. I'm sure fairness is, but this is exactly the type of thing a salary commission should be discussing, not in an amendment to a budget when you had all year to propose your budget to us. So for that reason, I'll be voting no on this amendment.
Thank you, Legislator Esposito. Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also will be voting no on the amendment. I like Legislator Esposito, I don't necessarily think that this is a bad idea per se, and I understand the argument between tying the two salaries together or having them be the same amount. However, you know, the vast majority of county employees here have unsettled unionized contracts and have not received raises or for at least 3 or 4 years. In addition to that, there are several amendments proposed this evening for rather small dollar amounts to fund some very important programs in our community that would benefit many people rather than just benefiting one. And for those reasons, I can't support this amendment this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Legislator Andrews. Legislator Haney? Will you withdraw? Okay. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Dr. Quattro. Yes. Mr. O'Brien. No. Ms. Andrews. No. Mr. Antelli. Yes. Mr. Barker. Yes. Mr. Baroth. No. Mr. Beebe. No. Mr. Cassetti. Yes. Mr. Colby. Yes. Mr. Daniele. Yes. Mrs. Straw. Yes. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito. No. Mr. Gamble. No. Mr. Gamina. Yes. Mr. Haney. No. Mr. Hanna. Yes. Mr. Hyder. No. Mr. Howland. Yes. Ms. Cayley. No. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Lightfoot. No. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Yes. Mr. Racco. Yes. Mr. Tucciarello. Yes. Mrs. Valerio. Yes. Mr. Yolovich. Yes. President Adair.
Yes.
1613, amendment passes.
Okay. Back to item number 39. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing that there is no discussion, I will move to a roll call vote. Are you ready, Cheryl?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Dr. Quattro. Yes. Mr. O'Brien. No. Ms. Andrews. No. Mr. Antelli. Yes. Mr. Barker. Yes. Mr. Baroth. No. Mr. Beebe. No. Mr. Cassetti. Yes. Mr. Colby. Yes. Mr. Daniele. Yes. Mrs. Straw. Yes. Mr. Eckel. Mr. Esposito? No. Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Gamina? Yes. Mr. Haney? Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Monero? No. Mr. McCann? Mr. Racco? Yes. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
1613, budget is adopted.
Okay.
Mr. President, I ask that we take a brief recess.
Yes, I'm going to do that. Yes, at this time, I'm going to recess the full legislative meeting so that we can prepare some paperwork that needs to be done by the county executive. At this time, I will take a 10-minute break. It's 10 o'clock right now. We'll be back at 10:10. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to 51, right? Okay, legislators, will you please take your seats? I would like to reconvene our meeting tonight. What? No. He's leaving? Okay, folks, are we ready?
Yes.
Ted, we're missing 2. And I'm missing 1 in the back over here. Now I'm missing 1. And I got my 1. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to proceed with items 51 through 59 on page 7. And then I'm going to return to the original agenda. Clerk, will you please, Madam Clerk, will you please read the items?
Yes. Item number 51, referral 11-0305.
Moved by Legislator Daniele, seconded by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney.
Mr. President, I move to sever having just received this, I got to go through this long list. Through you, Mr. President, maybe the administration can help me. I'm looking for the item related to the planning and feasibility studies. Which item is that? 53. Okay. Thank you. I move, Mr. Chairman, I move to sever items 27, 30, which is equipment at the MCH. 36, is that just roof improvements at MCH?
Through the President, yes, it is.
So I would move to sever 27, 36, and 53 for a separate vote. 27, 36, and 53. And the reason I do that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is as was pointed out when we were debating the capital of the CIP, related items 27 and 36, they have several $1 million of unspent monies in those areas. And on item 53, there also was a substantial buildup of unspent money from prior years. So I would move to separate those 3 items. Pardon? No, the one vote to separate 27, 36, and 53.
Do you want them to be considered as a single? I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Legislator Haney.
No, I'd like separate votes on each of the three.
On each one of the three.
Yes.
Okay, I've got a first and I've got a second on it to do that. And is there any discussion to sever 27, 36, and 53? Okay, on the motion to sever those, roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro. Mr. O'Brien? Ms. Andrews? Mr. Antelli? Mr. Barker? Mr. Baroth? Mr. Beebe? Mr. Cassetti? Mr. Colby? Mr. Daniele? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Echo? Mr. Esposito? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Gamina? Mr. Haney?
Yes.
Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hyder? Mr. Howland? Miss Kaylee? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Monero? Mr. McCann? Mr. Rocco? Mr. Tucciarello? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
No.
13-16, motion to sever fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion? Legislator Haney?
Mr. Chairman, and I've raised this issue before, and it's, in my mind, it's never been resolved. I question the legality of forcing us to vote by one vote on a whole, without unanimous consent, on a whole raft of bond resolutions. Each one of these is a totally separate item. We have a stack that's about a little over an inch thick. Each one is a totally separate legal item, resolution. Any other time, like earlier tonight, when we cast one vote on a whole bunch of separate items, it required unanimous consent for us to do so. Any other time that we attempt to do this, it requires unanimous consent. Why does it not require unanimous consent to pass a whole raft of bond resolutions? And I pose that as a question, Mr. President.
Anybody from our legal department like to answer that, or Scott? I'm asking Legislator Haynes to ask the question.
Through the President, the bonding referral that we're speaking of right now is presented as one referral, one resolution to pass at this point in time. There was an ability, and it's just noted in this body, that you had an opportunity to sever it. It was voted down, and now the main motion is the bond resolution for the entire capital budget, which was debated back in June and July.
Right, but through you, Mr. President, when the minutes of this meeting are written, it's going to show, I don't know how many items there are, 73, is that, well, they aren't, there may be gaps in the numbers. But the minutes are going to show 73 separate resolutions, moved and seconded. The minutes are going to show votes on 73 separate resolutions. I mean, there's going to be this facade, this aura, that we sat here and deliberated and voted to approve 73 separate items, when in fact we're not. We're being forced to cast one vote on the whole package. And I don't understand, especially given the sensitivity of bond resolutions, I don't understand the legality of us not, without unanimous consent, and we could, if there was unanimous consent, obviously, we could do it. I don't understand the legality of forcing one vote when, in fact, we have 73 very separate legal transactions that we're making. And please don't tell me we've always done it that way.
Through the President, there is no one forcing the vote regarding these bond resolutions. The fact of the matter is in the charter, it requires the capital budget to be moved as one item. The opportunity to discuss the projects themselves is done as you approve the CIP in the summer months. This is the funding mechanism for the projects that you've already approved to move forward with.
Through you, Mr. President, the county charter requires us to have just one vote on all the items in the capital budget?
Through the President, the charter allows it to all be put together as one vote, such as we've done here tonight.
What is the citation for that?
Through the President, it's C411A is the reference I'm being given.
It's probably a brief read. Could you read me the citation?
Through the President, it's not a brief read, but the paragraph reads, capital budget defined. The proposed capital budget shall be a financing plan for the prioritized list of new projects contained in the first year of the capital improvement program. Increases in cost for projects included in previous capital budgets and additional projects authorized by the legislature during the course of the year. The adopted capital budget shall consist of those projects in the proposed capital budget for which resolutions authorizing the issuance of obligations or other financing resolutions have been adopted by the county legislature. The capital budget shall contain all estimated expenditures for all capital projects as defined in section C4-10C of this charter and estimates of the funds from current revenues from state and federal assistance and from the proceeds of borrowing ultimately anticipated to finance such expenditures.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We've adopted the capital budget. We did that about 15 minutes ago. The capital budget, which is those pages in the budget book, was adopted as part of the motion approving the whole budget book. We've now moved beyond that to the financing resolutions. And from your reading of that, I don't hear anything that says that the financing resolutions can be done only by one massive vote. These are the financing resolutions to implement the capital budget. These are not the capital budget.
Through the President, the capital budget is not, there's no ability to spend any of those dollars until we actually have financing resolutions passed for them.
Exactly.
Through the President, it's our interpretation at this point in time that the resolution in front of you is one resolution to pass the bond resolution for the capital budget that was previously approved in your last measure. Without these bond resolutions, the capital budget does not exist at this point in time.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. President, I believe the highly regarded CFO is wrong. If we were merely passing a resolution, it would only require a majority vote, when in fact the bond resolutions require a 2/3 vote. I strongly believe, based on my experience, that this process is illegal, and someday somebody is going to file a court case challenging the legality of these bond resolutions because they were not separately enacted. We've got in front of us a package of, I don't know, 50, 70, whatever there is, separate resolutions. The minutes of this meeting are going to show 50 or 70 separate votes on these resolutions, and in point of fact, there are not 50 or 70 separate votes. And without unanimous consent, as we do on everything else, I don't know how we force one vote on 50 items without unanimous consent. I think this is an illegal process, and someday somebody's going to bring suit.
Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Baroff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to follow up actually on my colleague's line of questioning, but I think it was inappropriately directed. I frankly would like to know through the President, what does our parliamentarian think about this, whether or not this is an appropriate process for this body to carry? As it's for this body to determine, not the administration. My question is essentially through the President, is it an appropriate process for this body to put all these bonding resolutions together for one vote and not doing so by unanimous consent? Is that an appropriate process for this body based on your understanding, your constructionist understanding of our bylaws, of our rules?
Well, procedurally, I would say the resolutions are all substantially similar to one another, so it's appropriate to be grouped together.
Excuse me, through the President, not appropriate, but is it allowed? Is it, from a constructionist point of view, which you've taken very firmly, and I respect that, but is this, in fact, something that we are allowed to do? And if so, can you please indicate to me where we have shown we are allowed to do that, sir?
Section 545-26A of the Legislature rule says each local law or resolution shall contain a single subject matter. This is a single subject matter, the bonding resolutions.
So the single subject, through the President, the single subject matter is the fact it's a bond resolution, is the single subject matter.
And the subject matter of the bonding, each of the individual bonding resolutions are substantially similar.
That is an interesting interpretation, but it is an interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question through you to the administration, just in the interest of time. Attached to the referral is a chart that shows the capital projects and the project budgets and so on. Are there any resolutions that we have that aren't also on the chart, or are all the resolutions contained in the chart that's attached to the referral?
President, all resolutions are attached to the document as it stands right now.
Just to clarify, so through you, Mr. President, so everything that's in the resolution package is also on the chart. There isn't anything in the resolution packet that's not on the capital budget chart that's attached to the referral?
Through the President, that is correct.
And through you, Mr. President, I noticed that in several instances, the most glaring one I found so far happens to be Project 38. The 2012 project budget is significantly different than the authorized bond issuance. Is that because the projects may be, part of it will be spent in 2012, but that we're authorizing budgets for work to be done in future years? In looking at 38, for example, it says that the 2012 project budget is $1,500,000 and the bond authorization is $7,500,000. And there's a number of them that are like that. Am I correct to say that that's because that's how much of the project will be done in the year 2012, but the overall project is much larger?
Through the President, that's in synopsis way, yes, that is correct. There are 16 projects. The one that you picked out is one of the ones that is an existing capital project that needs an additional authorization to complete or to project at this time.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, if I may, in past years, the administration has been kind enough to supply a list of projects that have been funded through, in this case, Project 53, the Planning and Feasibility Studies bonding resolution. There's no hurry on this, but I'd like to request through the President to get an updated list of that in terms of what has been funded to date and how much money is left cumulatively in that fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe you're going to get it. I believe you'll get it. Okay.
Through the President, yes, he will.
Okay. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. O'Brien? Yes. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Antelli? Mr. Barker? Yes. Mr. Baroth? Yes. Mr. Beebe? Yes. Mr. Cassetti? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mrs. Straw? Yes. Mr. Eckel? Yes. Mr. Esposito? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Gamina? Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Hanna? Yes. Mr. Hyder? Yes. Mr. Holland? Yes. Ms. Cayley? Yes. Mr. Lee? Yes. Mr. Lightfoot? No. Mr. Monero? Yes. Mr. McCann? Yes. Mr. Racco? Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
27-2. Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 52, referral 11-0306, confirming scale.
Moved by Legislator Cassetti, second by Legislator Daniele. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney?
Through you, Mr. President, a quick question. How does this, we adopted a motion in the Pure Waters District meetings approving the scale charges. How does this differ, or why is this before us again?
Through you, Mr. President, the previous referral was the Pure Waters Administrative Board's establishing the scale of charges, and this action is requesting that the legislature confirm the scale of charges.
Thank you.
Correct. Is there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, no.
Oh, okay.
Roll call.
Let's go to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro. Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Mr. Baroth. Mr. Beebe. Mr. Cassetti. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Echo. Mr. Esposito. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamina. Mr. Haney. Mr. Hanna. Mr. Hyder. Mr. Howland. Ms. Kaylee. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lightfoot. Mr. Monero. Mr. McCann. Mr. Racco. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
Yes.
21-8, motion passes.
Next item.
Item number 53, referral 11-0307, consenting.
Moved by legislator Cassetti, second by legislator Daniele. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Pardon me? Was there an opposed?
Mr. Beebe in the negative?
Okay, thank you.
28-1. Item number 54, referral 11-0308.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 55, referral 11-0309, unpaid school.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 56, referral 11-0310, levying taxes.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 57, referral 11-0311, delinquent.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 58, referral 11-0312, authorizing.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 59, referral 11-0313, total tax levy.
Moved by legislator Daniele, second by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Mr. Haney.
We're on item 59, Mr.
We are on item number 59.
Yes. I'd like to know what the $633 million is made up of. Not, I mean, I see the attached listing by town and city as to what's going to be levied, but what does the $633 million consist of? That is, we have our county levy, we have the county services levy, we have the town taxes. What does this really consist of?
Through the President, I think the only thing that you missed in your rundown would be the charges for special districts.
Okay, so for those 4 items, how much are they?
Through the chair, or through the president, it's approximately $624.4 million.
Yeah, I can read the total, but like the county levy, the county services levy, the town levy, the special districts, what are those numbers? What are we approving?
Through the president, special districts, $92.1 million. Towns, $130.6 million. County services, $32.5. 351.5, I believe it is, for the county.
And through you, Mr. President, the 351.5, I assume that's more than the levy as contained in the budget because of the provision for uncollectible taxes. How much is that provision for uncollectible taxes that's in the 351.5?
Through the president, the 351.5 does not include the levy adjustment. The levy adjustment for this year is $9 million.
9 million?
Through the president, that's correct.
So through you, Mr. President, is that in addition to the four numbers you've given me?
Through the president, that's correct.
Okay, so those five numbers presumably add up to the 633 million?
Through the president, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? One opposed over here. Legislator Esposito, Legislator Cayley.
Oh, okay.
I have two that are opposed. Legislator Esposito, Legislator Cayley.
Okay. And Kaylee. Okay, 27-2, motion passes.
Okay. We're on to item number 45 now.
Yes. Item number 45, referral 11-0299, amending.
Moved by Legislator Daniele, second by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I just confirm we're on 299, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. My question is, the rationale given for the increase here, almost doubling of the amount that we'll be paying, let's see, Health Economics is to deal with, Health Economics Group is to deal with the fact that there's an additional administrative fee because of the early retiree reinsurance program for 2011. And 2012, when we discussed this program earlier during the budget conversations, it was indicated that the program will only be in existence through 2012. So is your expectation then that this contract will be reduced back to its previous level after the 2012 year, Mr. President?
Through the chair, as I understand your question, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
Item number 46, referral 11-300, accepting gift from the Betty H.
Moved by Legislator Valerio, second by Legislator Daniele. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries.
Item number 47, referral 11-0301, approving agreement.
Moved by Legislator Daniele, second by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
Item number 48, referral 11-0302, confirmation of appointment.
Moved by Legislator Howland, or Legislator Yolovich, second by Legislator Howland. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? I have one opposed, Legislator Haney. Legislator Echo.
Haney and Legislator Echo. 27-2. Motion passes.
Next item.
Item number 49, referral 11-0303, confirmation.
Moved by legislator Yolovich, second by legislator Howland. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I question why we got this referral only late this afternoon and so didn't have the, not sure why we had to take it as a matter of urgency. We don't have the opportunity to really explore this, but in quickly looking at the attached information about the nominee, it doesn't appear that there's necessarily background or credentials that relate to the Civil Service Commission, and I'm wondering through you, Mr. President, if someone could indicate whether or not there is some experience or credential beyond what's contained here that would have relevance to service on the Monroe County Civil Service Commission.
Mr. President, the nominee that's recommended here is a citizen of the community, which is the main qualification. He also is involved in the community and has expressed an interest in serving the community in this role.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Oh, I didn't do opposed yet. Do we need to go to a roll call vote? All right, we'll go to a roll call vote. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Quattro. Yes. Mr. O'Brien. No. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Antelli. Mr. Barker. Yes. Mr. Baroth. No. Mr. Beebe. No. Mr. Cassetti. Yes. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele, Mrs. Straw, Mr. Echo, pardon me? Mr. Esposito, Mr. Gamble, Mr. Gamina, Mr. Haney, Mr. Hanna, Mr. Hyder, Mr. Howland, Miss Kaylee, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lightfoot, Mr. Monero, Mr. McCann, Mr. Rocco, Mr. Tucciarello, Mrs. Valerio, Mr. Yolovich, President Adair.
Yes.
16-13, motion passes.
Okay, next item.
Item number 50, referral 11-0304, appointments.
Moved by legislator Yolovich, second by legislator Howland. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator O'Brien. Yes.
In passing this referral or making appointments to the Water Authority Board, it seems to me that we had an opportunity to correct what I view as a long-standing difficulty that is contrary to the intent of the underlying statutory underpinnings, where, as you will know, the establishing statutory language talks about having a 7-member board, I believe, with no more than 5 members from one political party and at least 2 from another political party. And while maybe there is some technical compliance, because my understanding is that with respect to 2 of the nominees here are registered in a minor party, certainly the intent of the legislature was to have majority and minority party in a 2-party system represented on the Water Authority Board. And the failure to do that, frankly, seems to have led to some problems in the past. And we had the ability to nominate Democrats to that position and make it more of a bipartisan board. And I can't support this referral because we've missed that opportunity to really create a bipartisan board by making these nominations.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
Dr. Quattro. Yes. Mr. O'Brien. No. Ms. Andrews. No. Mr. Antelli. Yes. Mr. Barker. Yes. Mr. Baroth. No. Mr. Beebe. No. Mr. Cassetti. Yes. Mr. Colby. Yes. Mr. Daniele? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Eckel? Mr. Esposito? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Gamina? Mr. Haney? Mr. Hanna? Mr. Hyder? Mr. Howland? Ms. Kaylee? Mr. Lee? Mr. Lightfoot? Mr. Monero? Mr. McCann? Mr. Rocco? Mr. Tucciarello? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
16-13, motion passes.
Thank you. Is there any unfinished business to come before this body tonight? Okay, seeing that there is none. You can laugh, it's all right. At this time, I would like to ask the Honorable Legislator Saul Monero to please come forward. It is an honor for me tonight to present this to you for your years of service on the legislature. One of the things that I did say 2 years ago when I got on here is I have always respected and admired what every one of the 29 legislators bring to this to this building. You have certainly done that. You've served your constituents well. I wish you the best of luck going forward. Thank you. Thank you. And you can say something if you'd like.
Just want to say what an honor it's been to be here for 2 years. I think I have like the shortest tenure ever in the history of the Monroe County Legislature. To someone who's been elected to a full term and didn't die. But it really has been an honor and a pleasure, and just thank you a lot. And as some of you may be able to tell, I'm very passionate, and I take things to heart, but I definitely consider us all a family. So thank you again.
These are nice plaques. Legislator Beebe, would you please come forward? I would like to also say the exact same words to you. I know that you have been a hardworking legislator. I know you've served your district very well, your constituents very well. I think that that was utmost priority to you during your term, so I salute you for that. I wish you and your wife the best, and hopefully at some point, as I should have said to Legislator Monero too, I hope you come back and visit us. Thank you. Thank you. Legislator, a few words?
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is another page in my life as a municipal official. 4 years here has been very interesting, and I've enjoyed it. Certainly it's had its ups and downs, but overall I've tried to build relationships in a strictly a bipartisan attitude, and I hope that continues, that we draw ourselves together here a little bit closer going into the future here for Monroe County, which I still consider the jewel of upstate New York. I was thinking the other day that been actually participating in municipal government for 38 years as a firefighter, police commissioner, a mayor, and now as a county legislator. I've enjoyed it all. I've always tried to give the best to my constituents. We've got a lot of things done here. I enjoyed being on Public Safety Committee, obviously, to try to make sure that we got the best training and equipment for our people, and also to work hard. I will continue to do that in any capacity. Also, as a veteran, I was very proud this year to put forth a law, and with Legislator Yolovich, a veteran as well, we put together to convince our caucuses that this was a good law of restricting protesting at military funerals, but we took it one step further, all funerals here in Monroe County. It's been well received. We've gotten recognition throughout the state about it, and I am eternally grateful to the caucuses here for allowing me to do that. Once again, I'm very honored and privileged to have served here, and I will continue to serve in any capacity possible to make sure that our constituents here continue to have the best and everything here in Monroe County. Thank you very much.
At this time, I would like to ask the Honorable Legislator Travis Hyder to come forward, please. I can compound all of the stuff I said about the first two, for your first two colleagues, and I can say that, Travis, I don't believe that, knowing the job that you do now, in your position you're in, that this will be the last that we'll see of you. I'm sure that you have been a very good public servant, and you will at some point probably rebound and be back someplace else. I just got that feeling, because I can see where your heart is, and I can see where your passion is with your career and all that. And I, for one, will say this, it's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve with you on this board, so thank you very much, and come back and visit us.
Well, thank you, Jeff, for those really kind words. I very much appreciate that. And I did write down a few remarks because I wanted to make sure I hit on several things. Every December, I'm reminded of the sheer magnitude of our responsibility. We approve and amend an almost $1 billion budget. The decisions that are being made here impact lives in a huge way. We get a glimpse of that during the public forum portion of the meetings and the pleas that come in through hand-scratched letters and detailed PowerPoint presentations. What we do here matters in the lives of real people every day, and it's important to constantly keep that top of mind. I will miss the opportunity to impact the community on such a grand scale. I've always been a believer in the power of government to positively impact the lives of its citizens. It's heartening to know that there are many good people that will be here that will continue to positively impact people's lives. Although I've had many differences in my 6 years with the administration and the majority, I'm also proud to have supported a large body of our work. In particular, I want to acknowledge and encourage the county's continued efforts to protect our environment and proactively lead the way in green growth through both revenue-generating and expense-saving ideas. Things like the Green Fleet Waste-to-Watts project and expansion of recycling programs for residents deserve huge praise. It is my hope that this body and the administration will continue to lead the way in these endeavors. I hope that the Mike Garland-led department keeps looking for ways to be cutting edge and innovate. In addition, one of the many reasons I'm so proud to call Monroe County home is the fantastic park system. As the father of three, I see firsthand the benefits and beauty of our park system on a regular basis. We've been given a huge asset. I'm proud to have supported the parks in an official role over the past 6 years. I'd encourage Larry and his staff to continue the top-notch work in keeping these places an attraction to the community. Along with Carrie Andrews, I was one of the youngest county legislators ever elected to serve in the Monroe County Legislature. Growing up here, I always thought other places would have so much to offer. Having spent some time living in those other places, I came to the realization that Monroe County was the ideal place to live and raise a family. I think that this is a common experience for our young professionals, and I don't think it has to be limited to those that grow up here. We have so much to offer, and the work we do to preserve and enhance our quality of life is critical to keeping and attracting our young professionals. It's heartening to see fellow young professionals like Majority Leader Anthony Daniele and Assistant Minority Leaders Carrie Andrews and Vinny Esposito in major leadership roles as I exit. And I know that they'll keep these issues at the forefront and make decisions with this critical economic development piece in mind. In closing, I'd like to thank the administration and the Majority Office for their hard work and efforts to make Monroe County a better place. It's also been a pleasure working with the chairs of the committees I served, Chairman Anthony Daniele of the Ways and Means Committee and Chairman Mark Cassetti of the Environment and Public Works. Furthermore, it's truly been an honor to work with the unsung heroes in the Democratic Staff Office. These folks put in countless hours and have such a passion to make a difference. Thank you, Jamie, Joe, Carrie, Stefan, and Viola. To my colleagues in the Democratic Caucus, it's been quite a ride over the last 6 years, and it's been a great team to work together. I need to make special mention of Paul Haney, who I always knew before becoming a legislator, but never fully appreciated how important the breadth and scope of his career service to government until I was learning from him firsthand on a weekly basis. His attention to detail, institutional knowledge, never say die attitude, and good sense of humor is remarkable, and I hope to aspire to the type of impact he's had on so many people's lives. Thank you, Paul, for so much. I also want to thank Ted O'Brien and the entire Democratic leadership team, including Calvin, Carrie, and Vinny, for keeping the faith and working so hard to represent the people that elected us. Most of all, I'm thankful to the people of Brighton and Henrietta for giving me the opportunity to participate in the democratic process. Thank you all.
You're next. Would the Honorable Legislator C. Stephen Echo please approach the podium? I'd like to say some nice words about you. Yes. I am going to say that one of the things that I will miss and that I enjoyed about your time on the ledge was was your passion for the issues that meant something to you. I believe that is the true sign of a good legislator. So I commend you for that. I want to thank you for your participation here. And I wish you well going forward. I have one question to ask you.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
We're going to drop the rule. We're going to suspend the rules. C stands for? Charles. All right. I never knew that. Congratulations.
Thank you. What I'd truly like to say is what he said. So, no, I want to thank you all very much for the honor and the privilege of having served with you, among you, with you, and for the people of Monroe County having served for you. This last election was a very tough election, but the one good did come out of it. And Tony, you've heard this joke before, so you can laugh if you want. But since I made the papers in Australia, I found out. It was Malaysia I thought was the farthest, but it's Australia. I now have the dubious honor of being the best-known Monroe County legislator in the world. With that, you know, that was the exciting part of the election. And one thing that keeps coming is people keep asking me, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? And that's, you know, well, yeah, maybe I'll run again. I don't know. But what I'm going to be doing, and because everybody understands how I feel about what I feel and what I do, and I'm going to continue working for the environment, for the better understanding between Native American peoples and everybody else. for better understanding for a lot of things that I do and care about. But I'm also going to be working on my New York State certification to teach earth science. I'm going back and teaching high school, and I want to teach high school in the city. I think the kids in the city, especially young men, need positive role models that come and also teaching of the idea that teaching science instead of whatever else is something that can be really aspired to, and that science is a really great way of making a career and making yourself move forward. I'm also going to be, as an aside, building cigar box guitars. So if anybody's interested in cigar box guitars or ukuleles, you know, I'm the guy to come to. But truly, what I'm going to be doing is returning to my first love, which is photography. What people don't know about the work that was brought into question is that it was done with a camera that I built with my own hands and with paper that I sensitized with my own hands. These are 19th century processes, pinhole cameras, utilizing an enlarger that I built with my own hands. It was truly, truly a labor of love. And I'm going back to that and going back and revisiting some old styles and work, not necessarily subjects, but old styles and work. Getting too old to be that subject anymore. A couple of final thoughts. There are two things on my desk. I'm sure everybody's kind of passed by my desk and seen my photographs, but two things that I'm really particularly proud of. One is a signature that I got from Corporal Tony Stevens, who was a corporal who I met this past 9/11. He's a retired, and he gave up an incredible career in baseball on 9/11/2001 to join the Marines. And this said a lot to me about heroism, about what it means to serve. To serve is something that we all do. We are all the people that are here and serving our country. He did it by putting himself on the front line. We put ourselves into the voting booth. All of you are heroes to me because it's service that we give. We give ourselves. We give who we are and what we do. The other are a couple of photographs of my children. There's many photographs because every year I added to those photographs as they grew. And the first one being two boys, my two boys, Liam and Ronan, sitting in my chair the day I was sworn in, one of the proudest days of my life. And to see them sitting there with big smiles on their faces in that big old leather chair, Ronan, who was just over 7 months old, about to fall over because he could barely hold himself up, and Liam, who was about 1.5 years old. And now, the final photo that I've added to that is my 3 children and my daughter Lizette, who we adopted last year, as you all know. And it's just that she truly taught me the meaning of the hero, being a hero through service. When she wrote a story about service or about heroism, who was a hero to her, and having known her for less than a year, she chose me because throughout the election, I held my head high, and I was who I was. And with that all said, I'm going to leave you with a final thought. Always, always, always use sunscreen. Thank you.
These last two. Just wait a minute. We gotta take a little time here. Actually, the next two legislators have been around here so long they had to actually put all your stuff on two. No, I'm just kidding. 2 plaques. You're all right. Would the Honorable Calvin Lee Jr. please come forward? 2001. Boy, does time fly. Carrie, you were what, 13? They said they were the youngest. I'm just going with that. Okay, Calvin, to a man who has served 10 years at the county ledge to do the service, and I think every one of your colleagues tonight has echoed the same thing, that we are a family of people here. We are all people that represent this great county. We are all people that I think have one desire, and that is to be the best and serve our people. And you do that incredibly. I got the honor and privilege this year to spend time with you during the redistricting. And Calvin, you were one of those people, and I think that Dr. Quattro would agree with me, that was steadfast, looked at the issues, looked at what was ahead of us, and was one of the pillars of how we put the things together and what we needed to do. You kept us all focused. So 10 years of this, my question is to you now, what is next? Because you can't just, you're too young, you're not as young as Travis, I didn't say you, Carrie, but you're too young to get out of this, and I think that the constituents in your area still need you, and I really hope that you'll stay totally involved with that, and I know you will. I really do, because of what I've learned from you over the past years of serving with you. So I thank you, and if you would like, you can say a few words.
Thank you, President.
No, wait a minute. We're going to get this right.
We finally got the shape right. Well, I kind of regretted this day, and I really got up here and didn't have a clue of what I was about to say. But in going through this process today, and I'm glad it was sort of lengthy, so it gave me time to sit back and get a grip on what was going on, But it's been an honor to serve with each and every one, especially my colleagues on the right-hand side, and also to experience some real hardcore lessons from my colleagues on the left-hand side, especially through that public defender period that we went through. But in doing this, I really have to say that I am very honored to be able to work and been a part of this legislature and to have made a difference in my community, and most of all, have learned how to go about doing things that would make a difference, and want to pass that on to the next generation that's coming behind me. So what I do here today is make a promise and a pledge that I will continue to do the work, because I'm really behind the scene player. I let my colleagues who like to get up and deliberate and talk, let them do the talking and let me do the walking, And so I believe in that. But I like to leave you with one thing that I've learned, and I'm not sure where it came from, but it was stated that it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. So thank you for all the lessons, and thank you for working with you, and love you all.
Mark, did you ever think this day would come? Very good. I'm now going to call up the senior statesman of the Republican caucus, Mark Cassetti. Mark? Mark Cassetti, much like Calvin, I'm looking down through here, and it's 2001 again. I don't know who came on first.
I came on a week before.
Week before? Really? Wow, okay. All right. Mark, I came on in 2004, and I will tell you this, that one of the things that I have admired most about you is your relentless passion for doing the right things within our caucus, on the floor, making sure that decorum is always kept. I was always very impressed with how you ran your committees. You were one of those people that we could always, I think that leadership would say the same thing. You were someone that we could always look up to and would give us the guidance when we needed it, especially from a historical purpose. Don't take that, please do not take that lightly, because we do not. It is nice to see younger and new people coming in, but I have learned over the past 7 years that I've been on here, watching some of the people that have been around for years, you gain a lot of knowledge from them. And I hope that as you leave here to the chambers, that you will continue to give us some advice from every now and then on what we're doing and what we might be doing wrong. So, Mark, I wish you the best. You're another one of those people that I just don't believe that this is the last time I'm going to see Mark Cassetti in some sort of a role. So, Mark, thank you very much.
Earlier in the week, obviously knowing that my tenure on the legislature was going to come to an end, I came across an old photo, looking through some old photos, and this was a photo that was taken in December of 1961. It was the swearing in of my father as a city court judge. And it was a picture of my father in his old rickety desk at the old courthouse before the public safety building was even built, with myself and my brother Jim and my older brother Alan and my mother. And it just kind of dawned on me. I said, oh my God, he was sworn in December of 1961, and I'm going to be concluding my tenure as a Monroe County Legislator in December of 2011. That's 50 years. Oh my God. That's a long time. It's a half a century. And I'm proud to be a member of a family that prides themselves in community service. I wanted to thank someone that you may think is kind of odd at this time, but I've never had the opportunity, a situation where I've been able to properly thank this person in how I got here and what I am as a public servant, and that is my father. My father was a tremendously courageous man. He always did the right thing. He was always my moral compass. And when I ran first time unsuccessfully back in 1992 and thereafter, I was always listening to him from above. And it's sad that, ironically, he never got to see me serve in any capacity because he died in 1993. But I just wanted to honor my father first and foremost for what he's given me. Also, I want to say that the things that have dramatically impacted me, even though it doesn't seem very, it seems very mundane sometimes, but I see courage all around me. I see courage in this legislative body. I see courage, people not afraid to speak their mind, and that is what a democracy is all about. If we didn't disagree, if we didn't have different ideas, we wouldn't be in the United States of America. That's what America is all about. And I value and I respect everybody's opinion. You can't agree, obviously, with everyone at the same time, but everyone had something to say, and it was all valuable. I also saw courage just very recently, just the past few weeks. I saw courage in birth with baby Grace Esposito, and I saw courage in death with Dr. Ernest Quattro. We live in a wonderful community, Monroe County. Go elsewhere and you'll start realizing how great of a community that we live in. We have wonderful educational institutions. We have, I believe, 29 parks, if I'm not mistaken. I hope that I can embarrass myself being former chairman of the Rec and Ed Committee, but I think it's 29 parks we have. Go to Phoenix, Arizona. You'd be lucky if you find 2 or 3. That would be equivalent to a local sandlot in Rochester, New York. We have wonderful diversity of population. We have a sense of community, whether you're in Fairport on the east side, whether you're in Mendon or Henrietta to the south, Greece to the north, or Ogden or Parma to the west. People know each other. You don't have to be from one particular locale. We have wonderful medical institutions, the Strong Memorial Hospital. We have wonderful cultural institutions, the Memorial Art Gallery, and of course, the Eastman School of Music. We have sports teams. We can get anywhere in the county within 20 minutes. I mean, short of some bad days in the winter where you're afraid to go on the expressway because it's icy, we really have it all. We're close to mountains, and we're on the largest body of fresh water in the entire chain of fresh water in the entire world. This is a world-class community. I hope that we continue on a path of making it, we always want to better ourselves. I hope we can make this even a better community, not that it's not wonderful already. And I know that we have the talent locally to do that. And with that in saying, whenever I go out of town, when someone says, "Where are you from?" I proudly say, "I'm from Rochester, New York." Thank you.
Mr. President?
Before we end?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I had something I wanted to say. I want to wish everyone here in the room safe, happy, healthy holiday season, Happy New Year. Enjoy. Go out of here tonight and please go enjoy your families, all right? You've earned it. Dr. Quattro.
Mr. President, I move that this honorable body stand adjourned for this legislative session. Sine die.
Very well put. Thank you. We're all set.